Hey, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, members of council, administration, those that are joining us in the gallery, and those that are watching through our live stream. Welcome to day 2 of the corporate planning meetings. Today is November 7th, and as continuation of yesterday we had the presentations from administration regarding the business items, and also the fiscal plan, and then council closed off the evening by asking questions for clarity and understanding, and requested some information coming back. Administration managed to get most of that to us. That was sent out in an email to us and also provided as a hard copy. With that, so I would, before I go to the council for comments and maybe suggestions, we'll go to the CEO for just an update, maybe some highlights of some of the information that we requested. Town manager, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. So again, just referring to the document that was provided digitally earlier on and is now hard copy in council's hands. Just for council awareness, we will provide it up on the screens, and that will be broadcast through the YouTube channel so that any public watching at home are seeing the information that's being presented as well. Your Worship, again, we gathered up the questions and did our level best to gather some of the information and put it into a format that was readable and usable. And I will just provide some commentary to the information and allow council a chance. I would expect to take a bit of a read and absorb some of the information being presented. So, Your Worship, there was some comment and question about the debenture limits charts. So what you see in front of you is, as opposed to just being held at a certain number, there is some growth projected into that debt limit. So that would be the green line there. One of the information is in front of you for some of the numbers and some of the rationale. Your Worship, on this particular one, the context I would provide is that prior to final approval on November 27th, we would take a bit more time to understand how we could format it or how it could be altered, and that would come into the November 27th document and would be covered off at that point. Again, just wanting to essentially appreciate and understand that the notion of growth to continue or some form of revenue growth, and what's the best way to capture that, how do we want that to be displayed, and what numbers will be utilized, and so on and so forth, certainly gives us an opportunity to think that through and provide something with either visual context, written, maybe a little bit more written context, and have that notion that revenues will continue to grow in some way, shape, or form through the course of the chart recognized. And the final thing I would note there, Your Worship, just as I was thinking about it myself, I think forecasting or estimates accuracy over the first 3 years probably pretty good. Getting into 3 to 5 and 5 to 10s becomes a little hazier, a little foggier as to what those trends would be. So sum up, Your Worship, that's what's in front of you. There has been some changes made to it, and there will be some time taken between now and any final approvals to rework that chart and the context around it. Flipping over, I guess, on the hard copy, page 2, there were a couple of questions related to debenture scenarios, tax rate scenarios as it relates to the recreation facility project, Your Worship. So at the top of page 2, what you'll see is just some, forecasting to different times for taking out the debenture, like the 20, 25, 30, servicing costs, tax impacts, and total interest costs, as well as a $25 million debenture along the same lines. You can see different years, different servicing amounts, tax impacts, and total interest costs. Again, Your Worship, and to the rest of council, this is provided as one form of order of magnitude and potential impacts for for potential borrowing scenarios. Your Worship, I am going to maybe just look for a... Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Your Worship, if you bear with me, I was just going to jump to page, top of page 4 now, just because it's sort of a tie-in. So I'm looking at number 6, provision of costing on the rec center at 3%. So I believe there was questions related to what do the numbers look like in the event. As council is aware, currently the corporate plan has a 2% tax increase estimated, I believe, over 3 years to raise the revenue required for debenture payments. So what number 6 is just simply noting is that a 3% that would increase the revenue there at 200,000, total of 600, and would get to that debenture payment at 15 million at that rate. Your Worship, again, those two are somewhat tied together, and we can certainly answer or talk more about that as we move along, but those are just two other numbers that were asked for and just provided in that context. Your Worship, quick one there for trail improvements. There's some numbers noted there, and there was a question about, where would those be, and those are noted as well. I won't go further on that one. On to number 3, cultural tourism advisor expenditures, middle of page 2, number 3. You'll note there that when we looked at that one, that we did reduce the casual wages that were included have been reduced, and that brings the amended expenditure to 74.5, and would include a resulting tax reduction at this point of 0.15. Okay. Golf course income statement. So there was a question regarding golf course. So it was, the decision made to provide what you'll see, I believe, at making up the majority of page 3 of the hard copy. Just a mirror of what is included in our audited statements for the golf course. You can, I guess that was the request. There's the information. You got the 23 budget, 24 budget proposed and into 26, so the life of the corporate plan. On this one, Your Worship, because there is some fiscal or financial requirements there, I'll just ask our manager of finance to speak to that. Stop talking behind me.
Thank you, Town Manager. To you, Worship, and all of Council, as noted, the financial statement presented on page 3 is the exact same one that is within our audited financial statements, so we did that for clarity. So the audited financial statements go up to the annual surplus deficit line, which is about halfway down. From there, as you know, financial statements are a little bit different than actual revenue expense due to amortization and reserves, so I'm just going to talk through those pieces. So from if we're just looking at 2024, the annual surplus is 74,318 as per the audited statement. Or just to clarify, this statement is not audited. However, this is the format that we see within our audited financial statements. So starting at the 74,000 surplus, we then add back our amortization, as we do not fund amortization. That's normal for municipalities. And so essentially they've actually have income of 200,000. And then the golf course makes enough money to actually pay for their debenture principal payment, which is 99,000. So we take that out, resulting in us revised surplus of $108,000. From there, we have a separate schedule on the bottom that takes the revenue and expenditures from the top, and that's where it excludes the amortization, et cetera. So that's why the expense amount is a little bit different. Then we have a transfer to reserve in 2024 proposed at $31,510, and subtract off that debenture principal again, and come up with a surplus of $77,000. So this facility of the town is like other facilities, although it does provide a profit to the town, or does come out net positive of $77,000, so reduces the tax impact to residents by $77,000.
Thank you, Your Worship. We have my mic on now. Just moving into that number 5, impact value of conducting a census. So there was a question and some commentary, I guess, regarding census. So building upon what you see in front of you, again, typically, I mean, the historical process / policy for the town was to often do census in between the federal census. So a federal census being going back 2006, 11, 16, I believe, 21, they're every 5 years. And I think it's alluded to in here, to go back 5 or 7 years ago, maybe a little bit less, I don't have the exact date, those municipal census numbers were recognized by the government of Alberta for grants and so forth. That was a policy decision changed by the government of Alberta, and they no longer recognize municipal census for grant information and grant funding. At that time, we put a pause on the municipal census for that specific reason. There's a bit of a commentary in there, so clearly the town has always historically had some understanding that to do the census, we would be seeking or potential grant revenue would be one aspect of why we were doing municipal census. Quick comments on, what other reasons would you be doing municipal census if not for grants? So if you kind of put that aside, they are like any other census. They are able to be used by, whether it's economic development, other institutions will look at them for estimates and so on and so forth. Our own planning department can utilize updated numbers and data for our own purposes and so on. So again, putting aside any kind of grant revenue perspective, there is a potential value for the information just being gleaned and being able to be utilized in different ways. At this point in time, administration wasn't recommending to do one in 2024, and part of the understanding there anyway is with the window that they have to be done in and the timeframes and so on, we weren't necessarily ready to be prepared to do so in 2024. So. Your Worship, quickly, number 7, related to the Municipal Water Wastewater Partnership Grant. What's been indicated is that we have checked into them in the past, noted as ineligible, but there may be some eligibility related to the Capital Region Water Commission. So we will certainly endeavor to make those inquiries and see if that's a possibility and submit and so on would be the intent there. I'm going to just move past 8 and 9. I'll come back to those ones. Confirmation of grant requests. Again, not going to go through that, just simply put, there they are in front of you. Again, tracking through council direction that the number should be held at the previous year, and any further direction from council required to make any changes to those. Number 11, Your Worship, water reservoir. I think if you have the opportunity to kind of look through there or read through that, it is essentially saying that water reservoirs are in the long-term plan, nothing specifically being added new in the short to medium term. And Your Worship, we did also put the link that plan is on the town website, and certainly if council desires or wishes to dig into that one a little bit further, it is on the website and can be accessed through the link provided. Your worship, just turning over to page 5 to the rest of council, clarification on one of the notes. Indicates page 30 was included in a 178,503 increase. So again, what's noted there, the 1.0, the FTE position, increases on project and programs, and some library common area costs. So council may or may not be aware, but I mean, we are essentially in a, I don't mean this officially, but in a bit of a condo association over there, and we do have some common costs associated to snow removals that and so on that form part of our cost related to the library itself. The new library, I guess I should be clarifying, is what is being referred to there. Finally, Your Worship, on number 13, clarification on the differences or a drop from 24 to 25. So a couple things to comment on there. First and foremost, the increases to council expenses were in the document that received were not carried forward into 25 and 26. We will make that change to align with what's proposed in 2024. So that accounted for roughly $30,000 of that difference. And we will be able to make that in advance of November 27th. On that note alone, no council motion required. Those would just be changed and then followed up with the formal approval potentially on November 27th. The other one is of note between the 24 and 25 numbers is that Tri-Mares Golf Tournament. And at this point in time, what you see there as a $15,000 expense is an estimated potential net. Again, I think the previous ones and this one as well, attempts will be made to ensure that thing runs as close to break even as possible. If council remembers, there is donations that are made to local charities and so on. So at this point in time, it's still, kind of estimating a potential net of 15 cost, but would be managing towards what we would hope to be, and what we'd match towards is a break-even estimate on that as well. So, Your Worship, I know I rattled through that pretty fast, and I do have the transit one to get to. Yeah, sure. First, and I guess the first thing I'll comment on as was noted last night, there was a similar motion put forward in the Spruce Grove chambers, I believe. I don't know the exact protocols or process, but we did connect with our counterparts over at Spruce Grove early this morning, and said we would, want to make sure we're matching information. And coordinating that to a degree. Your Worship, we didn't receive anything. When I reached out to my counterpart later in the evening, it was indicated that their information was going to be provided tomorrow, so they were still working on coordinating it. I had indicated that we were asked and we would be back in the chambers this evening presenting some information. So I do have something. I think something was just handed out to council. So what I will ask, I guess, at this time is just for our General Manager of Community and Protective Services to just touch on the information that we were able to pull together and the rationale thereof.
Thank you, Mr. Golden, and through the council, just an update for the CAO. He didn't know this, but I did talk to Bill in the last 11 minutes, and he had the information for us. So this is information that's very similar to what would be going to the city of Spruce Grove. This is our net costs minus revenues. So the motion last evening at the city of Spruce Grove was to extend the on-demand service weekday to 10 p.m. Currently in our plan, we have a net of $78,000 increase, and that extends 13.5 hours daily vehicle hours to the on-demand service. request from Spruce Grove Council was to extend that to 10 p.m. in terms of the hour service. 2 buses would be required to extend that from that 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. It's about a $60,000 increase to the town of Stony Plain. That's net revenues. Net revenues. The Saturday, Sunday service, so that would be 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Again, 3 buses with Spruce Grove, $114,000 for the both Saturday, Sunday service. If you reduce that time to 6 p.m., not 10 p.m., then that reduces that to $82,000 annually. And the commuter service rapid transit route, which Councillor Laurie asked yesterday, would be from Heritage Park over to the new transit center, which is being built on the east side of Stony Plain once that's open and running. This is a rough estimate. There's a lot of other things that need to go into this, and we can look at it, but between Bill and myself, we said this is a very reasonable number for you to contemplate. It's about $140,000 per year, and that would be about 3 trips during the high peak times, going back and forth. So again, we can refine that number, but in terms of a conversation piece, $140,000 was something that we were comfortable in putting in front of you this evening as a conversation starter.
So, Your Worship, thank you for the opportunity to speak to those again. Appreciating that Council, may have just taken a look at the information. I know I talked fast, but I was trying to at least give you some time to read or kind of catch up to speed there. Your Worship, that's I'll just say that ends the commentary section, and I'll just turn the microphone back over to you, Your Worship. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the additional information that was requested by Council. Members of Council, any questions regarding the information that we received back for clarity and understanding? Councillor Hansard, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to our town manager. Mr. Golden, I want to make sure I understood you. You said you were talking about the census, and these dollars are a little bit higher than what you had suggested with me yesterday that they might be when I met with you before council gathered for our meeting, which doesn't surprise me, but I wanted to make clear that I understood you. You said it's not feasible to try to do this in 2024 because it would happen too soon to get everything set up and get the public engaged and to be able to pull that off. 2024 would have been a good year. Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Hansard. I can ask our Manager of Legislative Services to speak a bit to the timing, if that would.
Okay, I would appreciate that. And then I want to make sure before I leave you on that subject that I'm clear. Were you then suggesting that it could be done in 2025? And then that leaves a big question mark for me because the federal census will happen, I believe, in 2026. Is that correct? So we would only have this information. Well, no, it would be 2 years. They do the census in 2026, and then it's about a year before we actually get the data after the Canadian government, StatsCan, gets through crunching all their numbers.
Your Worship, through the rest of Council, that's correct in that generally, the census numbers are distributed about a year after they're actually taken on a federal census. Municipal census tend to be, we're doing them in May and we're reporting them shortly thereafter within months. But
Okay.
I'll just ask our Manager of Legislative Services to maybe provide a bit of comment there.
Thank you. Through your worship to Councillor Hansard and all of council. So census is regulated through the province. A census must be held between March 1st and July 31st of the year of the census in a 3-month consecutive process. To plan for a census, we would need to procure a project manager for that. That would have to go through a proper procurement process. Then that project manager would have to come in and build the project, build the team that would do the census, put all the data together, communications out to what that looks like for the public. The timing would be very challenging to probably put it together and be able to efficiently do it I know other municipalities that did one in 2023 that maybe didn't put as much planning in it, struggled to get the public engaged in filling out the census forms and getting the applicable data that they wanted.
Okay. Further to that, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilor
Thank you
Hansford.
very much for that. So if I'm understanding correctly, there's some value perhaps, and we could use the information from a municipal census in ways that would not apply to grant money and things like that, because people that offer grants want to use federal census for that. We would get 2 years of use then. If we did it in 2025, we would have a part of 2025, 26, when the federal census is done, and then sometime into 2027, the better part of a year, before we would know. As things stand now, without a municipal census, we have 24, 25, 26 into 27 before we will have an update on what our actual population numbers and other data is, because we're not going to get that information back from the federal census right away, to my knowledge. If the population numbers come back quicker, then I'm happy to hear that. So comparing doing a census, I can't see it. If somebody came into my house and told me, you have to have that kind of a project done, and you have to start it in March, I would go, are you out of your mind? I wouldn't be able to do that. So I certainly wouldn't expect the municipality to do that. So I'm just thinking of the value, and I'll have to contemplate that, of doing it in 2025 so that we don't have to wait all the way till 2027 to know what our real population's numbers are, because those are extremely valuable for, in my opinion, for economic development and other things, internal planning, aside from any grant dollars. But thank you for that research. And then I did have one other question. Well, I'll hold that. I'll let someone ask.
Thank you, Councilor Hansford. Moving on to Councilor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship, and again, thank you to admin for all the answers to the numerous questions from last night and the information that we've received here. I did just have a follow-up question on item 1 in regards to the prior debt limits. It mentioned that it was in the 2022 financial trend report in our September 25th council package. I've had a quick opportunity to review that report, and I do see historical numbers on long-term debt as a percentage of the total assessment base and a couple of different other ways formed, but I don't see just a simple chart that says what our debt ceiling was for X number of years prior. Is there a simplified chart available somewhere, or can you point me to the page in this report that would show me that?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Laurie. There is not a chart that's just debt in that document, which is why I also included just the audited financial statements that has that data. So in the timeline allowed, we just didn't have the time to take all that data and make a chart prior to tonight.
Okay, thank you very much. And then, Your Worship, would it need to be a motion for me to ask for that information to be included in the presentation of the corporate plan at the RCM at the end of November when we formally approve it? Or is that something that we can just request and have that information provided?
Sure, I think administration just takes whatever time it takes to get it back to us prior to that. And then also, if the members of council wants to have a look at it, I do have all the corporate plans in my office, so from 2007, where definitely we can see the trends, and we can go through that as well during break as well, and I can pull them all out. So I think it's similar to what we see here, is just every year it just shows that off, so we can pull them out a certain year, and we can see the kind of change, and we'll have an idea, and the administration will be able to pull that up together so they can have, I guess, you're looking for more like, this is a 10-year chart, so you want more or less like a 20-year chart where it has 10 years prior, 10 years forward, what the projections are. Is that something that administration can pull together and send out to us prior to November 27th?
Thank you, Your Worship. We can take that request back and absolutely have that information back before the 27th.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Councillor Laurie?
I do have one more, if I may, Your Worship.
Yeah, go ahead.
Excellent, thank you very much. Item number 12 on the memorandum that we received, the clarification of program allocation on what's included in the 178,503 increase. I got a little bit out of the explanation in it, so again, just to recap, it's a $178,500 increase. The Heritage Park operator is $78,503 of that, leaving us with about 83,500, my apologies, leaving us about $95,000. Is there more detail available? So number one, I'm curious as to a little more expansion on the library common costs. So you mentioned that because the town of Stony Plain is the owner of the building or of the area, there's some expenses there that we were responsible for. Can we understand how much that portion of the $95,000 is, and then what the portion of project and program increases of that $95,000 is, and just some examples of what those projects and programs would be?
Thank you, Councillor. To administration.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Laurie and all of council. So project and program support is approximately $35,000. There's some data in there for Farmers Days, $7,000, and the library common costs are approximately $24,000. And I'll just transfer over to the General Manager of Community and Protective Services to discuss the matter of the details of the library common costs.
Your worship, and members of council, so certainly that's snow removal. There's some utility costs there that are common to the building. There's garbage, parking, so those are the bigger costs that are captured in that common area cost. Repair and maintenance of a smaller nature based on the entire building and the envelope of the building that our property sits within.
That follow-up?
Just follow-up, yeah. So in respect to that, is this an expense that we can expect will vary year over year? Or is this just simply, you know, it's a newer building, things are just getting worked out, or just getting into the operations of it?
Your worship, through to Councillor Laurie, certainly depending on contracts that they have with particular contractors, that could fluctuate from time to time. So the garbage contract is an example, is a prime example of they may have a rate in 2024, 25, 26, but 27 that may go higher as a result. So I would see marginal increases. I wouldn't see sizable increases.
Okay, thank you.
And just one quick follow-up on that then. In respect to the programs, with it being the 10th anniversary of Farmers Days, has there been an increase in the budget for Farmers Days to add a little bit of an extra celebration of that milestone? Or, sorry, did I say Farmers Days?
Yes.
Yeah.
Said Farmers, I'm like, well, there was $7,000 that was mentioned, so.
Sorry.
Summer sessions.
Summer sessions, thank you. Too many numbers.
Administration, has there been increased costs associated to the 10-year anniversary of summer sessions?
Your worship, through to Councillor Laurie. So yes, we have provided some additional operating cost increases for summer sessions. Those are tracked within the culture and tourism operating budget, not within the programs budget, which you're referencing in this memo. So.
Okay, that's good to hear, Councillor.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you. And I expected they likely would be in the different one. Any indication on how much of an increase?
Your worship, through to Councillor Laurie, I believe the increase is a few $1,000s, not substantial, but significant enough to allow for us to host a grander celebration. We're also looking at a bit of a revenue generating stream for sponsorships to help also augment some support for that event in particular. So that's something new that we're starting to move towards as well, looking at revenue options that ensure that the event can still be an accessible event for the community, but allow us to continue to kind of look at ways to expand the event without, with minimal impact to the tax base.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. I'm glad to hear we've got a little bit of extra on there being such a great achievement.
Okay, thank you. And I think through our quarterly updates, this year we had two of the highest track number of attendees for summer session. So again, as it continues to grow, I think next year hopefully we'll get more as it's the 10th anniversary. Councillor Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to apologize in advance because I believe most of this was asked and answered last night, but I was a little sleepy by the end and just want to make sure that I captured this correctly. So looking at point 10 of the memorandum that was provided to us, broken out into one-time and ongoing requests, so thank you for that. Just to clarify, typically the ongoing increases would be funded by the tax base, the one-time from a tax levy stabilization reserve, something like that. But due to the depletion of our reserves going into this year, that if these were put into our corporate plan, they would all be funded by the tax base. Is that correct?
Your worship, certainly. So yes, I'll just reiterate too. Like typically on an ongoing operating request, preferable that those get built into the tax base. One-off requests are subject to or can be funded through some of the reserves. Again, typically tax levy stabilization, I believe is the title of it. Yes, to the comment question about reserves being lower and being depleted and so on and so forth. So in this particular instance, that's the commentary that we would provide. But I would also note, as I try to from time to time, that council ultimately has the authority to make those motions and direct as see fit to fund from any particular reserve.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
Yeah, thank you for that. And then just based on an approximation of 200,000 per 1% of tax assessment, if these were fully funded grant requests, it would be approximately 0.68% in terms of a total increase this year.
0.68 is pretty accurate. I might say approximately 0.681, but.
Thank you. Anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay. So, members of council, any more questions for clarity and understanding regarding the memorandum that we received? Councillor Hansford, go ahead.
I don't know if this isn't in the memorandum. Okay. It's on an item in the package.
Okay, let's just clear this up first, and then
Okay.
we'll move on back to our corporate plan. Any other questions? Councillor Loynes, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for clarification in regards to the council expenditure line, point 13 on page 5, if you take out the $45,000 of the increase, we're still sitting at about $37,000. Is that truly believed to go straight to FCM, and wouldn't that come out of our increase in council compensation?
Go ahead.
Sorry, Your Worship, I don't have that particular sheet in front of me. I think just maybe a comment. So what I was referring to, or the reference I was making earlier, the comments I was making earlier were to the changes from 24 to 25. And I guess I'll just ask or seek clarification. Is the comment relating to 23 to 24, like 23 budget to 24?
Yeah, the comments in regards to 23 to 24, when you look at page 21 of our corporate plan, there was an increase in council expenses of $82,000 from 23 to 24. Of that breakdown, for clarification, we got point 13 was said 30,000 wasn't carried over for the other years, so that was where the decrease was for 25 and 26. So that would tell me that the 30,000 was the compensation increase for 2024 council. And then it says the golf tournament is 15,000. So 30 and 15 is 45,000, still leaving out of that 82,000 and change, $37,000.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Loynes and all of council. So the the difference would be the council compensation. So expenses were $30,000. The mayor's golf tournament was $15,000. And then there's the council compensation that is outlined in the corporate plan. I don't have the page number on me right now. However, that increase is in there as per the council compensation policy.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And through the presentation earlier from last night, the council compensation based on our policy is 1.9%. Okay, any more questions for clarity and understanding on the memorandum before we can go back to a corporate plan and everything else? Okay. You have another? Good.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, I'm just looking for some clarity in regards to that. So Councillor Loynes can correct me if I'm wrong. I think there was about $37,000. A 1.9% increase just off the salary off the top of my head for a councillor only equates to about $798. So that accounts for about 6,000, we'll call it, add the mayor in there's maybe another 2, that's about 8,000. That still leaves $29,000. I'm just trying to wrap my head around that number, sorry.
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie and all of council, that is a combination of all compensation. So it includes the 1.9 compensation increase on the honorarium, which your math is correct there. It's around $6,000, give or take, as well as increases to our benefits. So our benefit costs, as mentioned yesterday, have increased exponentially, and we're working on completing a benefits review to try and get those back in check. This is common in the industry. Every organization is facing it right now. So we're currently already have a consultant engaged on that.
Excellent, thank you very much. I appreciate the clarity so we understand where that dollar figure was coming from. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions on the memorandum? Okay. See none, we'll go back to our entire fiscal plan, corporate plan, and also with the memorandum packages. I'll ask members of council to please refer to page numbers when you speak so that we can all follow along and have that conversation. This is now the time is open for comment. So if council wants to make certain comments on certain items, and then also the opportunity to get a general understanding before we move into the motions and debate about what we want to see in the corporate plan or we don't want to see in the corporate plan. Okay, so the floor is open for any more questions regarding clarity, understanding, or just general comments on the corporate plan. Councillor Hanstrom, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. On page 27, or 37 rather, table 27, there's a dollar figure given for upgrading the Meridian Heights Reservoir and relocation of the tennis courts. Do we have a breakout roughly on what the cost to put new tennis courts elsewhere would be? And I'm hoping that would not involve having to purchase land because we do have park space in other places.
Yeah, thank you. I think I have that in my notes from yesterday, Councillor Hanstrom. So, yes, I think it was 700,000, and there's conversation about there's a couple locations that staff are looking at, and once that has been finalized, then they'll come back to council for kind of, here's what we thought, and this is what the best recommendations will be.
Okay, I want to be sure I'm understanding, Mr. Mayor. The 700,000 okay, it does add up. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any more comments, questions on the corporate plan? Anything else? Okay, moving on to Councillor Laurie, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a general comment, and I appreciate administration's lens on the corporate plan. We heard a couple of things last night that left me a little uneasy, and it's that our reserve balances are significantly depleting and will be significantly depleted. And then on the other hand, I also heard that we are funding portions of initiatives with reserves in order to ease them in to the tax base. And that concerns me because if we're funding things, particularly like the RCMP, in which we don't necessarily have control over that expense, if we're using the reserves to fund those and to deplete our reserves, only to have to find a way to re-increase our reserves for one-time projects and things like that. I appreciate the reasoning as to why it was presented with the reserves used as the funding, but it's something that I flagged as a large concern, that we have the red flag of projection of low reserves, but then we're proposing to use reserves to fund projects. So I just wanted to make that general comment before we moved forward.
Thank you for the comment, and definitely, I think it was mentioned around the table a couple times, is that I think our operations should be funded through the tax base. And if that's something that council would like to do, that's our privy later on. Okay. Any more additional comments? Highlight of any projects? Before we move on to kind of the motions to change and make this budget ours. Councillor Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Laurie just alluded to items in the corporate plan over the next 3 years that we have less control over. That, you know, the example was the RCMP contract. I know there are some service agreements and that sort of thing that we have with other municipalities. Can administration just clarify for me, our ATS service, or accessible transportation service, is that driven by those service level agreements, the increase that's in the proposed plan for this year? Or is that just our projection of the need for increased service levels? Maybe just some clarity, please.
Thank you. Administration?
Your worship, through to Councillor Anderson, the agreement is basically a service agreement related to what we will do, what they will do. ATS, as an example, there's a demand, and our budget implications this year is in response to that demand, versus there are a number in there that says every year it's an X% increase. So with that contract and other contracts that we do have, the X% increase is typically between municipality to municipality. That's not the case. It's mostly service driven.
Thank you for that. I do have one other quick question, if I may. Thank you. Just reviewing the proposed or projected, growth due to new assessment, this current corporate plan looking at 1% for 2024, 2% 2025, but then back to 1% for 2026. So just looking for some understanding as to why 2025 we're projecting that additional growth.
Page number?
My apologies, 50, 51, and 52.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Anderson and all of council. Just a reminder to council that assessment works 1 year behind. So the assessment for the previous year is what is applied to the taxation rate the subsequent year. As a result, in 2025, we will have a large industrial assessment that will be added to our assessment as new assessment, and as a result, we have increased the growth to 2% in that year.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions, comments? Councillor Hanser, go ahead.
For clarification, Mr. Mayor, I have some comments and suggestions that I'd like to make regarding the process, the whole process that we go through here, from senior leadership working and the different departments working and coming forward until we actually are handed our package. And I'm wondering if there's a time in here when we will get to talk about that, and maybe some suggestions on how we might be better able to make decisions if we had a little bit more information or a more involved process through the year.
Okay.
When would that be appropriate to bring up?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hansard. I'll actually ask members of council to turn to page 5 of our corporate plan. So through the whole process, the process kicked off in January through the council strategic planning session. So that is our opportunity as a council to provide feedback of what we've heard from our residents, to just to re-prioritize some of the initiatives that we've had over the last 5, 10, 15 years, and then come back from that. And then with that, then administration takes what they've heard, brings it back to us as a strategic plan, which council looks at, sees, and approves. And that's when we get the quarterly updates every quarter. And then from that, once we've approved that, then administration goes ahead and develops a plan based on that. So we've actually had that process from day one in January. Then in June, we usually, as a council, have like a mid-year strategic plan update where we check off to see what we're doing and how well we're doing it.
Okay. Thank you,
So-
Mr. Mayor. So you're saying that that's the process, and I'm fully aware of that process, and I did read that and went over that again. There's some other pieces, though, that I think would be helpful to council through the year, rather than coming where we are when we get our package in November and not, maybe not having had an update. Are you thinking that the strategic plan update in June is where we get brought up to date on where the town leadership is in the budgeting process, so that when we get our package, this isn't like a big birthday surprise, that we actually have some idea what might be coming at us, and that process through which different business ideas may have been vetted?
Great. So definitely, Councilor Nasser, I believe that's correct. I think, so from our strategic planning session, we've actually given direction to bring back things to us to approve. So they have taken what we've said, they've rolled it up over the last 10 months and said, this is what we heard from you, this is what we're presenting.
Okay, I understand that.
So there is that check-in, and then there's also the quarterly update check-ins. So at that time, when it's presented to council, we can ask for more questions for clarity and understanding, see where that's coming from.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I didn't want to jump in here in the middle of what you're trying to do right now with this. But I would like to say that I understand January strategic planning. I understand the June update planning where we do a half-day session and we get brought up to date on where things sort of are. What I'm looking for is, we don't really have any understanding whatsoever what other great good ideas came forward to our senior leadership team that were left on the cutting room floor, so to speak. I did check with one of the other municipalities in our area, our good neighbor to the east, Spruce Grove, and I did find out in their package, they have a below-the-line business cases. There's only a few this year. Other years, I believe there may have been a few more, and there may be some years where there's not as many as 4, maybe none, where items that were very good ideas came forward, but they never come to council. So we don't know what those other ideas were. And if this is truly council's package, I just feel that it would be good perhaps for us to be aware of the fact that there were some things that management decided were not the things they wanted to put in front of us, but here these are, to know that there were some others we could have considered. And then in this piece that we're doing right now, council may decide that actually one of these actually maybe should take the place of something that was in there, because we get a very filtered, an extremely filtered system. That isn't getting into management. It isn't going into the meetings where senior leadership, general managers, and our town manager says, this is how it's going to be. We're not having no increases in this. We don't know that those conversations take place, but we get a very tidy package. And I'm just wondering what else was in the mix? What else did people really feel they needed for their departments that we have no idea of? Is that, I'm not, maybe I don't want to ask you if it's your opinion, in your opinion, is that getting into management? I don't want to be a manager.
No, 100%.
But I would like to know what the dreams and the ideas are that people have that don't get past a certain level. And yet, it is council's budget. And we get to own this budget at this point. We get the plan, We own that when we come out in January. We reiterate that plan in June. And then in November, we get handed a package where we don't know what else didn't quite make the mark. And so I'm going to share this page. I'll be glad to pass it down the council line, or better yet, I'll hand it to our town manager and just ask him to maybe put his head around that and see if there's a possibility that we could see that. Maybe a few items, so that council has some choices when we come to this, whether it's add to this, reduce that, take that out, but maybe add something that was a very good idea that wasn't included in our dollars and this package. So I'm not trying to be critical. I hope nobody hears criticism. I'm just sometimes feeling like when I come into council budget process, I feel like something is missing. And I would like to know what that is, because all of these department heads get information from the public. They go through things, they torture things half to death to come up with what they are able and what they are allowed to put in our budget package. So I didn't really want to get into what sounded like a criticism. I wanted to simply say, what else was out there? And would any of that, in council's opinion, be more important than one or two of the items that actually made it into our package? Food for thought,
Okay.
and not to turn anything ugly. That wasn't my goal. I'm just curious.
No, I think that's a great comment, because I think definitely as the people that are in the gallery and those that are watching online that do not have the same kind of in-depth understanding of what's happening in council, that maybe do not see the above the line or below the line. I think for those that are following along, I think the best, our administration already does that, but they just don't say above the line or below the line. I'll ask council to turn to page 22 to 23, please. And this is just a direct kind of example of what is above the line, what is below the line. In terms of what is above the line for this department in 2024, so it made it above the line, so therefore it's coming as a presentation. 2024, the Culture and Tourism Advisor, which was, again, explained why there's a cost difference. What did not make above the line, so which is below the line, is on the next page, the Destination Development Marketing, which is scheduled for 2025. So that did not make the line, above the line for 2024 budget. So if council wants to bring that forward, because we believe that's a good thing, then the motion is to bring it forward. Then we can debate it and then vote for it, yes or no. And very similar to what's the next item, table 14, which is the Digital Marketing Coordinator. Again, scheduled for 2026. So below the line even after 2025. So if council sees that, that's above the line and below the line, and that's what didn't make it onto the 2024 budget. If council sees one of those items, initiatives that they believe is beneficial to our community, you're more than welcome to bring that forward. So it is sort of there, it's just not written like above the line or below the line. So the best way to look at it is everything that's in the 2024 corporate plan is above the line. Anything in 2025 and 2026 is below the line.
Thank you for that clarification, and I do appreciate that.
Yes.
So I may look at those different years for things
Yes.
in a little bit different way.
Yeah,
And
it
I'm
makes-
still going to share this page. If you want to look at it, fine, but I would like it to make its way to the town manager so that he can just see it. And the Spruce Grove budget package is online. You can find it on their website if you would like, and I'm very happy ours wasn't as big as theirs.
Thank you, Councilor Nassar. Appreciate those comments and definitely providing some clarity for our residents and for those that are participating. Any more questions, comments, just general comments before we move on to commentary? Nope. I'll give you guys a couple minutes to look through there. Councilor Lowry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a comment referring to page 70 of the corporate plan, which is the fiscal plan, and it shows the grants that council provides out to the varying community groups. I think it's a fantastic opportunity in which we provide all of these grants, but as I go down the list, one thing that's glaringly obvious is that we haven't seen several of these groups in chambers doing any presentations. And so we have our GMP meetings once a month, essentially, throughout the year. And I'm looking at just putting a suggestion forward that we make sure that any organization that is receiving a grant through our grant funding, make sure they at least attend council once within the calendar year to provide us with a presentation, kind of walk us and the community through what it is that they're doing and how that grant helps them achieve that. So I'd like to see that. And then the other thing that I just wanted to point out is, that essentially we have two great historical and agricultural societies in the Pioneer Museum and in the Heritage Agricultural or the Red Brick Common. Currently, we're funding them at around $175,000 annually combined, which is a significant amount. And I'm thinking that maybe when we get into strategic plan, we may want to have a conversation surrounding priorities and how we fund our different groups here. Because when I look at something that's very impactful to our community right now in the Parkland Food Bank, we're only funding them at $11,000. And so I think it bodes a conversation amongst council around the priorities of these groups and how we determine the grants that we're providing to them, and then the expectations of any type of reporting or presentation to council for it.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor, for those comments, and definitely that's something that we can add to the council strategic planning that's happening in January. I will be sending out an email in a couple of weeks just to get some conversation topics from members of council. We have a few that we've kind of itemized and marked throughout the year, so they have the conversations, but that will be actually a really good conversation to have. Okay, any more comments regarding the corporate plan before I call the recess?
Are we to ask Mr. Mayor, are we to ask any questions about anything, or are you directing us in a particular area?
Nope. Right now, if there's no more general comments or any questions for clear understanding, it is 5:30, so we'll take a recess because we started at 4:30 just to get a little snack, and then we'll come back. And when we come back, that is the time that council can go anywhere in the fiscal plan, and this is where we make it ours. As we talked about through the whole process. We started this process in January, and we're going to finish this process in terms of our corporate planning and then approving it in November 27th so that our staff and our residents know what's happening for next year. Okay, last call for general comments before recess. Okay, see none. Let's recess for supper, and then we'll come back in about 20 minutes. Okay, welcome back. Council has come back for a recess and has given us the opportunity to kind of gather our thoughts from yesterday's presentations and today's memorandum of kind of information that we requested. Now, this is the time that an opportunity for council to actually put our stamp on the corporate plan. Is there initiatives that you'd like to see move forward, things that are changed, questions, extra questions for clarity, but this is the time that council will make our mark on the corporate plan. Members of council, the floor is open. Please raise your hands, and I'll go to the one individual that I see. Councilor Pechko, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to refer to page 11, table 5, our cemetery. And I'm looking for some clarifications in operation and possibly the recoup of some of the funds, which makes no note of any of that in here. Can administration help me to understand, like I understand the cost of doing this, and I understand the net operations of it, but what I don't see in here is there any opportunity for us, as people are buying plots and stuff like that, to recoup some of these costs, to move this forward in a different form? It's a conversation that I have with a number of people within our community. It's something that's been on the table since I got on council 6 years ago. And it just seems to me we keep putting it out further and further. And that has me a bit concerned. I realize we're now into 2025, 2026 for it. So if you can help me to understand, is there an opportunity to, first off, bring this in? Is there a way to remove, I understand you said it was fully funded in 2025 through the MSI. Is there an opportunity to move MSI around?
Okay, administration.
Thank you through your worship to Councillor Palechko and all of council. There is an opportunity to move what is prioritized and funded by MSI. Currently in 2024, that would require shifting the Public Works facility that is utilizing the full allocation of the MSI.
Thank you, Councillor.
And just further to that, is there an opportunity to recoup any of the funds through selling plots and that number of things? Is that calculated anywhere in this?
Sorry, I didn't hear that through your worship, calculating through.
It'd be the cost of once we get this cemetery created, and then the revenues from selling plots, will that go offset the borrowing capacity that the venture or the operating?
Thank you through your worship to Councillor Palechko. As outlined in the table, I was just bring your attention to the 2026 net operation services. That is net of revenue.
And where am I finding that? Just for
Okay, that's page 11. And that's 2026 net operations service level. So that is net of sale of plots, et cetera, and then also then subtracting the operations, having employee there as well.
Yeah, Your Worship, maybe just quickly, so again, for all of council, the original sort of business case that's outlined or contained within the original plan documents, it's going back a few years, but certainly cemeteries do, when you are selling plots, you are selling cremation spots and so on and so forth, and there is a revenue that is realized through that. I believe what the manager is pointing out is the $100,000 number there in 2026 for operations does include that revenue projection, and that's the offset cost. Further on to that, Your Worship, I would just add, at this point in time, obviously it's not up and running. I would expect when it is up and running over the course of the first year, 6 months, and into 2 years, as the town itself becomes accustomed to operating a cemetery, we would be able to, we'd have more accurate estimates and understanding of what those revenues would be and so on and so forth. But the intention, the reality is that there are revenues that will flow from sales.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hansel, do you have a follow-up question on that?
Thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this. I dare say you would be disappointed if I didn't. I appreciate Councillor Palechko saying this has been on the books to be looked after and done since he came on council, and certainly years before that, it was before council. I just recently, at an event at Heritage Center, had a conversation with 3 ladies, and the one lady, when I met with her 2 years ago, she told me that, I talked with her and her husband, and she told me that Bill was waiting by the front door for me. And I looked at her and I said, he is? I said, did you expect me to come visit? Because I wasn't thinking that I had a time set to do that. And she said, he's sitting on my entry shelf in a box. And we want the cemetery so that we can actually put him in his final resting place. And that she brought to a total of 7 people in Sunrise Village who are waiting to put their loved ones in their permanent resting place. And I know of 2 families that gave up on our cemetery and actually scattered ashes in various places. And I know another person who actually put the ashes in their backyard, which I recommended against, and told them they should check because I didn't even think it was legal, and I'm pretty sure I got ignored on that. Although I didn't see the scattering of the ashes on her property. I can't tell you, when you do engage with people in the community over this matter, the level of frustration that people feel, because they know the town's going to do this. They understand, they believe those of us who say it's going to be done, but they don't see it. So when I looked at this, and I'm going, it's a hard trade-off. Our public works building coming forward and the cemetery being pushed back a year when we do desperately need a public works building. But here's what I'm wondering. So that people know that we are moving forward. Do we have any kind of a design or a plot layout yet? And do we have the ability to even hire somebody part-time so that people could actually come in and select their lots and pay for their lots? Because everything about getting your loved ones taken care of when they pass is about pre-planning if we're smart. We don't leave that to our families in a very emotional time to try to take care of these matters. People need a little lead time, just like we need a lead time coming to this evening and yesterday for corporate planning, which just doesn't happen right on the front end of this event. It certainly doesn't happen that way for many people, especially when they know their loved ones are ill. So I don't want to talk about my own family, but I'm one. Our family is one that would like to get some issues settled. And it would give us great comfort, and I know it will give other people great comfort, if we could see a plot layout for the initial piece of phase one, with the ability for people to put their money down on a lot and know where they're going to be put in the ground or where they're going to go into a vault and a memorial wall. Because not everybody wants to take their ashes home and keep them with them and then worry about what happens to that loved one when they aren't babysitting the ashes. They would like to put them somewhere so that generations to come can come back and find them, as many people who do ancestry and family research do, and I'm one of those people as well. So I'm wondering if there's a piece of this, if we could have for tomorrow. I'd almost like to have it tonight, but I don't think I can get that tonight. What dollar value would it take to get somebody hired part-time and to get a plot layout for the first several hundred, 200 even, grave sites or memorial sites, so that people can choose and know that they are taking care of their pre-planning? This lead time would also give all of the funeral directors in the region the ability to know that they can tell their families who come to them in those moments of crisis that you can bury your loved one or put your loved one's remains in Stony Plains Cemetery and allow them to select a spot. Bonus, there will be a bit of money that will be accumulated, and I dare say there will be a surprise for us all on how many of these grave sites get snapped up by people. Because it's a subject that's out there. And when we're young, we don't really feel like we need to talk about it. But that's one of those matters that I'm not afraid to talk about. Being a pastor's wife and all, I've attended hundreds of funerals, and people want to know where they're going to put their loved ones. I know this matters. I know it matters to two local funeral homes who would like to know. And that way, maybe somebody wanted to be buried, but they would agree to cremation. And then the funeral homes could help them with that planning so that they could be buried where they really want to be buried. What would it take to allow that piece to happen? And then people actually can get their teeth into this and believe that we are going to truly have our cemetery. 1 year bump out. If my own husband passes away, matters not to me if he sits on my mantle for an extra year, as long as I'm alive to take care of him. But it matters to people. And we can build all the bridges and the pathways and the roads and the lights and the infrastructure in the ground, but if we aren't taking care of the people and what matters most to them, and if we aren't hearing them on this, what are we doing here? So I'm suggesting that perhaps administration go back and figure out a dollar value for that planning piece to allow people to begin to put their lives together around loved ones that they know don't have long to live. I can live with this, but the way it is pushed another year, I don't like it, but I can live with it if you give us the planning piece. And then I've got 7 doors to knock on in Sunrise Village, and 2 in the Glens, and 3 in High Park, and 4 in Meridian Heights, and my neighbor across the street from me in St. Andrews. I don't often sit in my council seat and say please, but please.
Thanks for your comments, Councillor Hansford. Actually, that information can be sent to you right after this meeting or even during this meeting. As mentioned earlier, that this has been an ongoing process and strategic plan and priority for council. We've done the evaluations. We've actually have the land split from Parkland County. Back in 2020, council did a Stony Plains Cemetery survey and implementation, showing the phases and when it's going to go. And then back in March 8th of 2022, council also adopted the Stony Plains Cemetery Master Plan, which has it listed, which is also on our website, that actually designates phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. So we've already scheduled, we've already done what you've suggested, so we just need the monies to build it. And that's why it's fully funded next year through MSI funding. I can send that to you right now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Is there any reason, are the plots laid out?
Yes.
And people could pick 101 and 102, or 4 and 2, or whatever they want. Is that also done? And do we now just need the implementation for the reservations to be taken on those lots, and a means set up for a reserve for those dollars to go into so that people can buy their lots?
So Councilor Hansford, so with the cemetery, then the next phase was to develop that and then get the lot lines and the plots and everything else. So we have the design, we just don't have the lots because we haven't gone out there to measure them out to do them yet.
Is that like a survey, Your Worship? Is it like a survey?
No, it's already planned. I'll send it out to all members of council, the 2020 survey, and then also the 2022 master plan. That shows everything. So that is coming forward. As mentioned, if council feels that this is a priority, definitely, as mentioned by staff, the full amount of MSI this year is used for the public works. The other is the debenture board. If council feels that is not above the line, they can definitely push it below the line to the next years, and then we can bring something else above the line, which, as mentioned, the cemetery is fully funded from MSI for 2025, but not 2024. Okay. Any other questions, comments, debate, or motions to change? Okay, seeing none, Deputy Mayor, you have the chair.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, I just have a lot of pages of notes. I just got to find where the one note that I need to do. Okay. May I, Deputy Mayor?
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Ask members of council to turn to page 27. Okay, and I'm referring to table 16, which is the capital infrastructure replacement program, which was started by council a couple years ago. The concept behind that was to build up our reserves so that we can address some of the capital projects that we have in our community that have been fallen in disrepair, and we just haven't saved enough money to do that. It was supposed to be a 5-year program of 1% a year for 5 years, and then we were going to reevaluate after the 5th year. Having this reduced to a 0.5 does decrease our ability as a community to do what we need to do and make sure that the infrastructure projects that we do have are maintained. So that's roads, sewers, buildings, etc. Having a 0.5% reduction from a 1% means that it is an ongoing 0.5 loss. Right? Based on the corporate plan, there is not any indication that maybe in 2025 will be 1.25 and then 1.25 in 2026 to cover that loss. There is none in that. It is only 1% after that. So in terms of what we heard from administration saying that our reserves are fairly low. Some of the items that we're doing that should be funded from reserves as a one-time projects are not. They're coming from tax base because we did not build those reserves high enough over the last few years. So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, my motion is to increase the capital infrastructure replacement funding back to a full 1%.
Look, there it is up on the board already. Open it for questions. Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'm just wondering if administration can put the chart up that we typically work with, which shows the percentages, where the percentage sits right now, and what the impact of the change would be to the budget. Excellent, awesome. And the first question I was going to ask is if the casual or the cultural one was out of there. So perfect. Thank you very much. I fully support this, Your Worship. Again, that was a point that I raised earlier. Is that we hear from our administration that our reserve funds are strained. We also know, based on the economic climate that we face, that costs continue to rise at exponential levels. It's prudent and in our best interest to make sure that we have money to be prepared for the future, and I would fully support this motion. Thank you.
Any further questions? Debate? Well, I'll add, sorry, didn't see you there.
No, my apologies there. Deputy Mayor, thank you. Can administration please clarify? I had a note written here in our discussion yesterday that the intent here was to extend this replacement funding initiative potentially by 1 more year to recoup that 0.5% that was deferred this year. Can we just have some clarity there, please?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Anderson and all of council. I believe the comment was it's a potential that it could be looked at the time, depending on how the asset management data comes back and reevaluating our reserves as a whole and our needs after the first 5 years of the initial intent.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, and apologize for my misunderstanding there. I'd understood that because we were only going to 2026 that it had been projected to be added. So I appreciate the clarity. Thank you.
Councillor Plechko.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I also want to express my full support for this. I think when we talked about this originally, with the amount of underfunded stuff that we have within our community that has accumulated over the number of years where council hasn't been brave enough to step up to the plate to make sure that this town is led in a proper way. I think this supports that aspect, and I believe that by supporting this aspect, our residents will also support the fact that we're keeping the town to a certain standard that allows them to grow and prosper within our community. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments?
guess we'll call the question then. Oh, no, sorry. Give Mayor Choi, if you'd like to have any closing comments.
No, I'm good. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor.
All right, with that, call the question. All in favor? Not in favor? Thank you. Yes, please note it was passed, 6-1.
Thank you. I take the chair back, and back to the corporate plan. Members of council. Council Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll refer to page number 50 of the corporate planning document that we have. And I'm going to speak to the RCMP contract. So I will put the motion forward and then speak to it, if I may, Your Worship. So I'll move that we decrease the amount of the RCMP contract funded from reserves by the $125,000 that was indicated during the plan, and we increase the amount in the budget and to match what the actual contract increase was. So I believe the contract increase is $250,000. I think we currently are proposing $125,000 of that to be taken from reserves. And so I'm making the motion that we take the full amount from the tax impact rather than any from reserves.
Okay. Thank you. Before I let you comment, can we make sure we capture that, please?
Sorry, through your worship to Councillor Laurie, do you have that written down?
I do not have it written down in a motion format. No, wasn't exactly sure how to word that one because it's not really clarified in the document. It's just a single line item. It flushed out in questions yesterday.
Okay. If you could just give me a moment, I will
absolutely.
put something together.
Okay. I think the easiest way would be to make a motion to add $125,000 to the tax base to fund the RCMP. And then the second part of the motion would be to put $125,000 back into the reserve, not to use the reserve.
Yeah, clarity, Your Worship. Yeah, it wouldn't be putting money back into the
It's just not
reserve. It
to
would be
use
to change the funding source of the balance of the RCMP contract to the tax base rather than reserve funds, something along those lines.
Okay. While staff is getting that ready, why don't you go ahead and speak to your motion, and then we'll...
Excellent. Thank you very much, Your Worship. The premise of this motion is that the RCMP contract costs are not something that is within the town of Stony Plains' control. As you'll see in years out, the contract costs are continually increasing. To fund a portion of this contract cost from the reserves that we build up actually takes away from other initiatives that we have planned within the town of Stony Plain. So for instance, we've seen the public safety initiatives revolving around crosswalks, around our lighted signs, and all of those type of things. We've seen a significant decrease in our fine revenue. I think it was to the tune of $200,000 or about 40% in this plan, meaning that there is less and less money going to that reserves. Again, we've heard from administration, our reserves are getting to critical levels. Our reserves are getting to a point where we need to be concerned about them. Because this cost is outside of our control, trying to control it by using reserves funds is doing nothing but hurting ourselves, because at some point in time we have to try and find a way to increase those reserves again. And our funding source for this reserve, as it sits today, is decreasing. Our residents should know what the direct cost of the RCMP services are, and our residents should have that cost put in front of them on their bill. It should not be hidden by use of reserves to try and cushion the blow.
Okay, thank you very much. Administration, have you captured the motion?
Yeah, Your Worship, I believe we've got one, and we'll get it up on the screen here forthwith.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'll open the floor for members of council for questions, comments, and debate. Councillor Hansard?
Just a simple comment, Your Worship. I think we need to come to a realization that it's important for the current users to pay what it actually costs for things. We can't push it off on other generations. 5, 10, 15 years down the road for people to be paying for things that were actually services rendered in today's world. So I think this is, although we don't like it in some ways, it makes perfectly good sense.
Thank you, Councillor Hansard. More questions for clarity, understanding, debate?
Your worship, if I just look for confirmation of the intent of the motion.
Excellent, that's confirmed, appreciate it, thank you.
Okay, yes, that's confirmed. Okay, and I have a question for administration. See no more hands up. In terms of, you mentioned yesterday in the presentation was that the 125 was coming out of the Policing and Public Safety Reserve. What's the current reserve balance?
Thank you through your worship, or to your worship and to all of council. The 125,000 was coming from the tax levy stabilization reserve. And the current projected balance at the end of the year is approximately $300,000. With this $125,000 reduction or change in funding source, it would be $450,000 approximately.
Thank you. So in terms of coming out of the tax stabilization reserve, why wouldn't this come out of the policing and public safety, as this is directly tied to policing and public safety, and that's what the reserve was designed for?
Thank you through your worship and all of council. As referenced yesterday in the policy, the Policing and Public Safety Reserve is intended for initiatives and one-time inclement events regarding police and public safety. This did not fit that definition, hence was utilized the tax levy stabilization. To answer your question, the Police and Public Safety Reserve is around $300,000 at the end of 2024 projected.
Thank you. Questions, comments, debate? Councillor Meyer, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just wondering if administration can provide a little history here. I was under the impression that prior to the contract being finalized, we had anticipated some costs and had put some money aside in anticipation of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you through your worship to Deputy Mayor Meyer and all of council. The money that was put aside or accrued was for the back pay, not for the increased cost going forward. We did not know what that increased cost is. It changes every year as RCMP provides these projections to us based on their costs of staff, equipment, capital, all of those sorts of things that they need to maintain their operations.
Okay, anything else? Okay, just before I go to Councillor to close, I think we heard some good arguments in terms of why this is kind of a prudent decision for council, is to make sure that our cost of operating the community and providing the policing that is that we currently have should come from the tax base. I understand that sometimes that is a balance that administration tries to kind of walk that fine line of making sure that we're able to provide all the services without too much burden on our residents and also our service levels. So with the 125,000 to come out of the tax base, that would be an extra 1.63%? Is it 0.64%?
Your worship and all of council, that would be a 0.63% tax impact.
Okay. 63. Okay, I will support the motion that is before us, and I think it is going in the right direction to make sure that our operations for the community is fully funded through the tax base. This kind of negates another motion I have later on, so I think that kind of offsets, so I appreciate Councilor Lowry bringing it forward. And then I will not be making another motion to increase reserves later on, so. Councilor Lowry?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I appreciate some of the line of questioning that you had on that as well, and appreciate the recognition again from admin on what reserve that was coming from, because this makes it even more prudent. The tax levy stabilization reserve is meant for one-time projects that will not impact the tax base. All this was doing was buffering the tax base until next year. So by putting it in this year, our residents see the true cost of service. It's in the corporate plan as a true cost of service, and it actually shows now as a reduction in what is proposed for 2025 by the 0.63% that you mentioned. So I'd encourage all of council to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I call the vote, I apologize to Councilor Anderson. I did not see his hand up, but he does have a question that I would like to just kind of answer.
Yeah, I think Councillor Lowry just answered it. So just looking to administration to confirm the increase in 0.63 this year would be, or we would see a reduction in 0.63 in what's proposed for next year.
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson and all of council, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you for the confirmation. Thank you for the question. Okay. I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay. There's nothing opposed. Any other comments, questions, motions to change and make the budget ours? Councillor Hansard, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to refer us again to page 37, table 27. And this has to do with the Meridian Heights water reservoir. I would like to move that the $700,000 for the moving of the tennis courts be taken out of this year's budget. And I'll speak to that if you would like for me, Mr. Mayor, as to my reasoning.
Okay, I'll let administration capture that. Do you have the...
Your Worship, it may take us a couple minutes to get that up and get it printed, but I believe we do understand the intent of the motion.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Hansard.
Thank you. If I may give my reasoning on that, please. There was a comment or two made yesterday when this subject was being explained that perhaps in relocating the tennis courts, that they might be reconstructed in conjunction with a hard surface that would meet more needs than just tennis players. And I would like to not have that piece of the cost of the Meridian Heights Reservoir upgrade to be counted in this year's budget, because a lot is hanging, I believe, on what goes on with the funding, federal funding for our recreation center, and a location would still have to be gotten. And if we're going to do something in conjunction with, say, outdoor pickleball courts or something, that it would be worthwhile having a little more time. And I could easily see this coming forward, this piece coming forward in another year's budget, but not this year's budget.
Thank you, Councillor Hansard. Has administration brought it to screen? Okay, so the Councillor Hansard to confirm.
Yes, from this budget. I'm not saying don't ever build them, but not this year.
Okay. Thank you, members of council. The floor is open for questions, comments, and debate. Deputy Mayor, go ahead. Councillor Meyer.
So I'm not inclined to support this this motion for a number of reasons. The first one being, since I've gotten on council, there's a number of opportunities we've had to vote for recreation type projects, which we've turned down. And so that and accompanied with the fact that we do sort of have a recreation deficit in this town to a certain degree, I'm not inclined to vote down another opportunity to vote for rec. I do appreciate the thought in terms of the timing, but I think that actually is an argument because there is doubt when it comes to the funding from the feds for a recreation facility. So if that's delayed or put off or we don't get it, then we've said no here and we'll have gotten turned down potentially if we don't get grants for a recreation facility. So again, we'd be negative rec in this town, so I won't support this.
Okay. Sure, go ahead.
Okay, clarification. I wasn't suggesting that the tennis courts become part of the recreation center. It was, we may have other options for where to put tennis courts if we don't get the recreation center, and it might not even be located on that land. I'm just saying, not now, to the tennis courts.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Hassard. Councilor Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just looking to administration for some clarity, if this is to be removed from the corporate plan, where would we see that reduction reflected? When I look at our funding sources, we're looking at developer levies, debenture-funded wastewater rate, and utility wastewater reserve. Would this then just leave some of those dollars in the wastewater reserve and potentially see a reduction in the wastewater rates being charged to residents? Just looking for how this will be potentially reflected.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Anderson. This portion of the cost for in table 27, page 37, is debenture funded by wastewater rates. And so the removal of this amount is fairly insignificant considering the $5 million. So I do not have the impact on the rate at that time. We would have to go reevaluate and do those calculations to see if it would be what it would equate to as a reduction in the wastewater rates.
Perfect. No, thank you. And, just for clarity, we're not looking at a reduction to, kind of the overall tax assessment that we're talking about. That reduction would be reflected on the wastewater rates that are being charged to residents. And then I guess the second impact potentially would be our overall debt limit. We would potentially see a reduction if that debenture doesn't have to be taken.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Anderson. That is correct. The reduction would be seen in the wastewater rates. Quick calculations here is it's only approximately $40,000 expense saved per year with the motion currently on the table. In regards to the debenture limit, this would increase our debenture limit, our debenture available by $700,000.
Perfect, thank you for that. And with that understanding, I would not be in favor of this motion this evening.
Thank you. Councillor Plechko?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Through to administration. I'll go back to my previous question of the $5 million. Is it truly $700,000 that you've allocated in that area for funding? Is that just a rough number? And where do we go with that?
Through your worship, to Councillor Plechko, it's a working estimate right now based off of similar sized projects that we've I guess inquired about for sizing. It's not a detailed estimate this time.
Thank you for that answer. If I could, a little bit more, please. So as we talk about tennis courts, I think somewhere along the name, we need to change that philosophy that tennis courts are not just tennis courts. And maybe we need to define them in a different aspect, because I know I've sat in a number of meetings this past summer with multi-use groups that use the tennis courts for other things. So my concern is, if we're actually going to get rid of something and not replace it, how do we continue to look after our residents? This is not a tax-based item that we're looking for tax money from. This is already allocated through different debentures and developer levies and stuff like that. So I'm not sure that I could support this, especially when there's no timeline that's attached to it. So at this time, Councillor Hansard, I think that for me, we really need to continue to consider what our groups in our community are getting, what we have within our community, and how we look to continue to support those groups. And if it's not affecting our tax base, I think that says a good thing for our organization to be able to continue to move projects within the area. So at this time, unless I hear something drastically different from other councillors, this is not something that I could support at this time.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, comments, and debate? Councillor Anderson?
Sorry, I just actually really like something Councillor Palechko said, and that was the move away from tennis courts. And so just want to second that. I know they're used for pickleball. I think the comment yesterday was that there would be a pickleball element potentially to this as well when it's moved. But that idea that it's a multi-purpose sport court. I know there's kids that take soccer balls in the fenced area, basketballs, pickleball, tennis, that sort of thing. So the vocabulary is tennis court, but certainly appreciate that those amenities are used for multi-sport as well. So just echoing that comment. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Any more questions, comments, and debate? No. So, okay, just a question for administration. In terms of the project to upgrade the reservoir at Meridian Heights, it was mentioned here as tennis courts, but if you've been there, there's only 2 tennis courts, 6 pickleball courts, and a quarter basketball court. So in terms of this project, will those amenities be replaced with the $700,000 that's included in this budget or is it just for tennis courts?
Your Worship, the intention was to explore the tennis courts and the pickleball courts. I don't believe we've landed on the exact number of deviations of each court. However, we're looking at both to make sure that the facility and that wherever we go or wherever it does relocate to is able to provide a similar service to what we're seeing now.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Hansard, before I turn it over for closing remarks, I think I understand the intent. I think it's a good concept in terms of we're looking at debenture borrow or limit capacity. Removing $700,000 from this project does free up that capacity for maybe future projects. I think you mentioned that it will not be like never, just don't do it along with this project, which does have some merit. However, I cannot support the motion as the upgrades to the reservoir means that current amenity that we have will be removed, period. So that means in the next couple of years, we will not have those 2 tennis courts, those 6 pickleball courts, and that quarter basketball court, which means it's a downgrade of our services for residents. So I will not support the motion. Councillor Hansard?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I do appreciate the consideration and the thoughtful comments coming from my colleagues on council. When we come to budget, we're looking at ways to put things in perhaps and take some things out, and this seemed to me like a logical place to take a piece of, $700,000 out and give administration some time to think about where these multi-use courts might go and perhaps serve more residents. And that's basically where I was coming from. $700,000 is not a little bit of money, and whether it provides relief on the debenture borrowing or dollars out of the tax base, it seemed to me like it was a good idea. So I'll vote for it because I put the motion forward, but I do understand the reasoning given by my colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Hansard. I'll call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, and that's defeated. Okay, members of council, questions, comments, debate, or motions to move forward?
I just have a question on that.
Okay, Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a follow-up question to the previous motion. You know, if it was the desire of council, you know, through our strategic planning and so on, maybe we've had groups in council talking about the need for some of these outdoor court spaces and whatnot. If council saw fit to increase the number of courts, when would be the appropriate time to have that conversation? And would that be a conversation based on, you know, this being a replacement for something that already exists?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think I'll turn it over to the manager of Community Protective Services, or I think that's a really good one. I think when we asked about the question earlier is that when they did find a spot, they'll come to council, and I think that might be the perfect opportunity if council wants to increase that size or increase the scope, will be at that point in time. General Manager?
Your worship, through to Councillor Anderson and the rest of council, certainly we've had a number of groups in our chambers related to pickleball. I would say over the last 5 years, with the addition of pickleball at Heritage Park and just the global increase of pickleball, certainly tennis and pickleball or court facilities themselves have shifted in terms of what they're focused on. We do actively have tennis players in our community, but we do have a high number of pickleball groups in our community also. So the design of the court would reflect the current needs of the community, and we have had continued dialogue with the pickleball community related to the needs in our local community. We've also heard about other projects happening outside of our community that continue to support the growth of that particular sport. So I would suggest if you have any commentary, you could certainly flip us an email to provide some of that information that you've been hearing. But certainly Mayor Choi sat down with a few people as recently as 2 to 3 months ago, and they provided some recommendations to us also related to, as we continue moving forward, some considerations as we continue to build out or replace that infrastructure.
Yeah, and certainly appreciate that. And I think at first glance, when we see this and it's, you know, a moving of the tennis courts, it seems very restrictive, but there's obviously a much larger process in place and a lot of considerations being undertaken. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Sorry, just a follow-up to this discussion. As you noted earlier, there's a quarter basketball court in there, and as I hear the general manager speak about discussions with some other community groups, I'm just because I don't imagine there's a basketball community group out there that is voicing their concerns, but I would like to speak and just make sure that basketball court doesn't disappear in the move.
Okay. Thank you for the comment, and noted.
Your worship, through to Councillor Meyer, perhaps it may not survive and be replaced at this particular facility, but we have added additional courts to our outdoor surfaces, our outdoor rink surfaces, where asphalt is part of that construction. So example of that would be Westera Outdoor Rink. We added 4 basketball nets to that particular surface. So previous to that construction, we only had Meridian Outdoor Rink, and we had the one that's mentioned this evening, and we added the others to that particular ice surface. If we continue moving forward with hard surfacing on outdoor rinks, that's usually one of our additions that we do, because we do understand that there's summer play on those particular outdoor rinks, and we have also explored or added pickleball lines to our outdoor rinks too, until such time that we have a facility that's dedicated to that particular sport as a whole.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lord.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, following up on the conversation and the General Manager's comments, mentioned about the conversion of some of our outdoor rinks to hard surfaces. I think there's at least 2, if not 3, in the community that are still not hard surfaces. Given that the changing those out to a hard surface does increase the usability, particularly through the summer months, and could facilitate the pickleball, basketball, tennis, etc., that we are losing from the Meridian Reservoir, I'm wondering if you can provide council with the approximate cost to convert one of the outdoor rinks to a hard surface.
Your worship, we can look up, I think I have some information related to Westera, the last time we did that, and do a quick calculation at some point along the evening here.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I don't know if it's of utmost importance that it comes back to us this evening, but I think it's definitely something that as we look, as Councillor Hansard indicated, if the cost going forward is $700,000 for a replacement facility, if we could convert all 3 of the remaining outdoor rinks to hard surfaces for less than that, maybe that's something that we should consider. So if that's just information that can come back to council sometime in the near future, appreciate that.
Okay, and that's probably a good conversation for members of council to have at a separate meeting, maybe through a strat planning or one of the pre-sessions or pre-meetings that we have. And again, I think the conversation is really good, but I'll just kind of provide the other side of that, talking to user groups that do use the outdoor rinks and then do use the outdoor rinks in the summertime, is that we do lose about a month of skating time on the outdoor rinks because of the hard surface. It is warmer, it takes longer to freeze, and it also melts faster during the spring. So we got to lose that time too, so it is going to be that conversation with council about that balance. Okay. Members of council, any other questions, comments, motions? Deputy Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to make a motion, and I would reference, sorry, I'm looking for the grant page. I believe it's 51. No, it is not 51. No, I lied, 70. 69 and 70, yes. So I would like to make a motion to amend the 2024 corporate plan to reflect a 0.39% increase to the tax rate to fund the Pioneer Museum's $78,000 ask.
Thank you. Has the administration captured that?
Your worship, it's being populated as we speak, so.
Okay, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. So we were all here and we all heard from the Pioneer Museum rep. The funds here are both a small ongoing operational increase as well as an ask for $75,000 to help fund the first phase of a project they have been working on. This project is also seeking further, I believe it's federal grant. But in the presentation we heard from the Pioneer Museum, getting this first phase will greatly improve their chances of receiving that grant. So for those reasons, I'd like to add this to our corporate plan.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Meyer. Deputy Mayor, administration. Okay, thank you. So I'll open the floor. Deputy Mayor, is that correct?
Looks right.
Okay. Members of council, open the floor for comments, debate, and questions. Councilor Plechko, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Worship. I'll add a bit of comment to that as well. So it's both federal and provincial grants that they're looking for. They have refigured how they're going to do the two-part building. The two-part building is a $750,000 project that was to be funded through grants. And they have $78,000 from Stony Plain and $78,000 from the County of Parkland. So there's a required for the two. This funding is only needed if the approval is through the granting process. So, I caution the fact that they will require the $78,000 if this goes through, but they will not require it if they do not get the granting, because the granting is contingent on building the buildings.
Okay, so Councillor Plechko, with that, and definitely you, as the representative prior to the last organization meeting, would you like to make an amendment to that so it's contingent to the Pioneer Museum receiving their funding?
Yes, I would like to make that amendment if it's allowed.
Okay. Subject to the museum. Okay. Deputy Mayor, are you okay with that?
Yep, I'd accept that.
Okay. Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. My challenge on this is the 78,000 from the tax base and the increase of 0.39% to the corporate plan. This is a one-time project from the Pioneer. It's, again, we just heard it's contingent on receiving the grants anyways. This just adds ebbs and flows. We made a motion earlier to recognize the full impact of the RCMP in order to put that money back into reserves. I'm wondering if administration can provide some context. Would administration recommend that this amount come from reserves since it is not an ongoing funding? Or would administration recommend that this be taken from the tax base?
Your Worship, I'll, a couple of comments on that particular question. I do want to just note, again, for, just so council is aware, 78,000, the capital request, so to speak, was 75, 3,000 was in an operating request, just to make sure that's clear. Excuse me. To go back to reserve funding or tax-based funding, Your Worship, again, I'll reiterate that typically one-time only funding is funded through some form of a tax levy stabilization or some reserve funding, but ultimately council reserves the right to, as they see fit, direct whether it's reserve funding or tax-based funding.
Excellent. So, Your Worship, then with that, I'd like to make an amending motion to this, that we change the 75,000 to come from the tax levy stabilization and only add the 3,000 operating to the corporate plan.
Okay, I understand that. Deputy Mayor, are you okay with that, or should I make that into a vote?
No, I think that makes sense as well.
Okay, thank you. Administration, can you adjust that, please?
Your Worship, we will make those understood changes and then clarify with council.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson, you had your hand up? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was actually Councillor Laurie's comments was exactly where I was going with the same amending motion. And so I would be fully supportive of the $75,000 one-time capital ask coming from the tax levy stabilization reserve, and then the 3,000 being added to our tax base on an ongoing basis. So fully support of the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments, and debate? Okay, see none. Thank you for the motion, Deputy Mayor, and hearing the presentation from the Stony Plain and Parkland Pioneer Museum just a couple months ago. It does seem like a very worthwhile project, and looks like it kind of enhances the qualities that we have in Stony Plain of keeping connected to our rich heritage. And definitely seeing that this is the 75,000 for the project is coming out of the tax stabilization reserve and not tax base. I'm fully supportive of the motion. Deputy Mayor?
I'd just like to thank my fellow councillors for helping me craft a very agreeable motion.
Councillor Hanser, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So do we have a double amended motion without a vote being taken on the first amendment?
Yes, Councillor Hanser, those were suggestions, and I asked the mover if it was friendly, and he accepted them as friendly.
So both are friendly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All the question, all those in favor? Okay, that's carried.
Thank you. I'm running all night.
Councillor Lowry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'm going to send this to administration right now, since we figured that's the easiest way to do it. So when administration receives it, I've got a motion here regarding transit, and I'll just wait until it's up on the screen, and then I will walk through it and speak to it. Oh, to you. I emailed it to the manager of legislative services, the manager of financial services, the town manager, and the mayor.
Okay, go ahead while the administration pulls it up. Go ahead.
So while that's being brought up, essentially, we got a bit of a report earlier this evening on the cost of the change in service to our on-demand transit system, which, I mean, there's some fantastic initiatives, but the reality is that we don't have any level of consistency in planning on the service right now. Therefore, it's hard for us to debate any changes to the service level without knowing what our regional partner, who is the operator of that transit service, is going to do. We know that the City of Spruce Grove Council has requested similar information to be provided to them on changes in the level of service, and they will be presented with that information along the same lines. But the reality is, unless they make a decision to move one way or another on the level of service, it's very hard for us to debate, because the costs that we have are only what would be our portion if the service level was increased on a whole, not what would be our portion if we moved ahead and our partner didn't. So the motion that I have is a three-part motion, and I will read through it, and hopefully by the time I'm done reading through it, it'll be up on the screen. And so I move that, number one, should the City of Spruce Grove pass a motion in their budget deliberations, administration will bring back a decision item to council with the information on the cost to keep the service level consistent between the two municipalities. Number two, that administration provides a report to council by the end of Q2 2024, highlighting the recommendations from the 2018 Tri-Region Transportation Study and Report and the options for the management of the service into the future. And number three, that the above report also include information on the potential to integrate our ATS transit service into the Tri-Regional Transit Program for alignment and efficiencies. And as long as we're good to go, I can speak to that, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. Just double check that is what you said.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Your Worship. So as I already mentioned, it's very difficult for us to plan any changes to our transit service, being that it is a regional transit service and we don't have a consistent proposal put forward to all councils, and frankly, there has not been much in the way of regional discussion amongst the councils as to how we see it going forward. We know that we were intending our transit service was going to be turned over to the Edmonton Metro Transit Service Commission, which should have started in September of this year. But unfortunately, due to circumstances beyond the Commission's control, that commission ceases to exist, which means that we still have our tri-regional transit, but we don't have a plan. And so the premise of this motion is that we have heard residents asking for increased service, such as extended on-demand hours in the evening, such as the addition of weekend service, and also we in Stony Plain have heard for a request for the commuter service to be extended to Heritage Park, which is why the Park and Ride was built there, and that service was supposed to begin this September. But until such a time as those conversations occur between the councils and to come up with a regional model for it and a regional plan forward, it's very hard to determine a service level change. Therefore, the first portion of this motion speaks to if the City of Spruce Grove, being the transit provider and being the larger municipality, chooses to change their service level, I'd like council to have an opportunity to review that, to understand that, and then to debate whether that level of service is something that we would like to be in alignment with, or whether we would like our level of service to be different, even though we are a regional network. Number two, again, highlights the fact that the original plan for transit, which occurred in 2018, did have some recommendations in that as to how to move forward on a regional transit entity. However, that plan was essentially shelved with the formation of the Edmonton Metro Transit Service Commission. Now that the Edmonton Metro Transit Service Commission no longer exists, it would be prudent of us to review those reports, understand the recommendation of those reports, and then have conversation as to how the management of that service goes in the future. And then number three, we know that we currently operate, very well I may add, our ATS service to both municipalities, to all three municipalities, to Parkland County residents, Spruce Grove residents, Stony Plain residents. We've seen in this corporate plan a request for a service level increase, which I believe the exact same request has gone to the Council of the City of Spruce Grove. Would also be very interesting if they decided not to approve that and we decided to approve it, and how we would actually move forward. Therefore, I think, again, it introduces the need for a conversation of integrating the transit services and how transit is delivered in the region, and that alignment should also create, or potentially could create, some efficiencies. So this motion is not asking for any financial consideration, but it is asking for action within the first half of 2024 in regards to regional transit, so we can start to understand how we will move forward with it.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Laurie. Members of Council, questions, comments for clear understanding and debate. Councilor Hansard.
Your Worship, I'm going to propose an amendment that I hope will be seen as a friendly amendment for all future residents reading this and future councils, so they can understand and go back and follow Councillor Laurie's train of thought and reasons for this, whether he sits on council in the day or not. I would like to recommend that we insert a comma and these words followed by another comma immediately after City of Spruce Grove in section 1 of that motion. So it would be comma, as regional transit service provider, comma.
Okay, can we have that on the screen? So I think there's a comma there, and then as regional service provider.
Comma. There you go.
Okay, so that, Councilor answers, that is then to provide clarity that Spruce Grove is the service provider.
The whole motion that Councillor Laurie put forward is contingent upon the provider of this regional service. And I think it's good that we identify why he stated City of Spruce Grove.
Councillor Laurie?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Councillor Hansard. Yeah, because I had transit in the title, I neglected to include that in the verbiage of the motion. I would agree again in item 1 that yes, the identification of them as the regional transit service provider is prudent. I'm just reading through number 2 and number 3. No, that one's, number 2's fine, number 3's fine. The only thing, you had mentioned something about the motion being contingent on the City of Spruce Grove. Only number 1 of the motion is contingent on the City of Spruce Grove. Number 2 and number 3 would still go forward if the City of Spruce Grove chose not to make any changes, as our service would remain consistent. But I would still like number 2 and number 3 to occur.
That sounds good to me.
Thank you. So I'll take that at Councillor. That's friendly that you'll accept that. Thank you. Any other debate? Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I certainly appreciate Councillor Laurie's expertise in this area, having sat on the Regional Transit Commission, or the Greater Edmonton, forget the name of it already, but Transit Commission. What I'm looking to understand, and through you, Mr. Mayor, to administration, just in conversation in chambers, in conversation when that group was disbanded and so on. It's my understanding that specifically number 2, with the exception of the timeline, 1 as well to a degree, that this work was already happening without a motion of council. And so just looking for some clarity from administration how this will change the current approach to the regional transit conversation that's already occurring, notwithstanding, I believe, 3 looking at integrating ATS into the regional transit would certainly be sort of a new concept. So just looking at the previous 2 and how this would change or impact the work that's already going on between the municipalities.
Okay, thank you. Councillor, I would go to administration.
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Anderson and the rest of council. So I will provide a bit of comment and some context, and then and speak maybe directly to the question in a few moments. So as council is well aware, EMTSC was disbanded. Prior to that, certainly the town of Stony Plain administration and I would believe council as well looked forward to the EMTSC coming on board and in the opportunity to grow regional transit that way. That did not come to pass. We have spent the portion of the last year, Your Worship, and to the rest of council, really focusing on the on-demand system and getting the system out there, getting people on the buses, and I would dare say that we've been successful at that, and I think that's a good step. Council may be somewhat aware there has been some dialogues going on at the broader regional level that are attempting to create some more synergy or alignment or what have you. And council will hear more of that, I would expect, in the upcoming weeks and months about where that is heading. Again, that brings us back to ourselves in the local tri-region. And where are we at and how are we going about with transit provision? Yes, just to the question, certainly our community and protective services team have been, working with, speaking to, and going back and forth with Spruce Grove staff and Parkland County staff from time to time too on working on some of what's laid out here. That's ongoing, has been ongoing, and would be ongoing. But what I will say, as it relates to the motion, there is an opportunity for some reflection and for us to understand the service level coordinations and so on. To me, this is not unlike some of our other integrated processes. We have RCMPs that are integrated and so on and so forth. And I think, there is time and focus that is required in just clarifying those roles and responsibilities throughout. So that's a 3-minute overview on some of the broader regional transit stuff and some commentary, and I'll stop there, Your Worship.
Councilor Anderson?
Yeah, thank you for that, and certainly appreciate the clarity and some of the insight. I do have a follow-up question to that, and that's just a matter of time and place, and certainly appreciate everything that's brought forward here. As it does not have budget implications for this year's corporate plan, my wonder is, in 2 months' time when we meet for strategic planning, if that would be an appropriate time to continue this dialogue, to set it as a priority for a municipality moving forward. So that's just a question. Again, not having that budget impact and not directly affecting this specific corporate plan. I'm asking, and this could be to Councillor Laurie as the mover of the motion, or to administration, or to the mayor, I'm not sure, but just looking about the time and place of this conversation.
Thank you. To the general manager.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Anderson and the rest of the council, just for clarity, we do have a service level increase included in the plan for 13.5 hours of more vehicle service per day. So that is there. The motion that is relative to number 1, I guess, would relate to that. My understanding is the City of Spruce Grove does support that 13.5 hours, and their council has asked for an increase to those and the cost implication to that increase. So the numbers that were presented tonight were reflective of what that extra value would be for those particular increased of service. So certainly we've got our November 27th meeting, which I would assume and probably suggest that the City of Spruce Grove will understand exactly what their movement forward is on this particular file, and we would probably have more clarity on whether or not that's just the 13.5 hours which are captured in the plan currently, or if that's the increase that was circulated this evening and what those actual numbers would look like in certainty if they're different from what we presented this evening for council to debate on the 27th, or prior to if we have the information and can circulate it. Definitely with respect to, as the CAO said, related to 2 and 3, we've had open dialogue already related to the transit itself. I think we understood with the MTSC at some point the paratransit system, which is ATS, would fold into that. We weren't necessarily confident that day 1 was the right time for that transition. However, with our sub-regional, we've got a very solid working relationship, and perhaps we're at a time where we've done some great work on the ATS file. And with the on-demand system, it provides us with a unique opportunity to leverage all of the vehicles to service our community regardless of your current needs, so that the schedule can be more effective and efficient. And recently we've had conversations with Leduc where that's absolutely happening, and they've found some tremendous success with that. With success requires growth, and I think the next evolution is how do we respond to that growth prudently and timely without waiting every 12 months for an injection of service level increase. So likely that's a good conversation that administratively we continue to have, and likely will hit the council chambers at some point through the next 12-month cycle.
Okay. Councilor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship. So for clarity, no, this does not refer to the 13 and a half service hours that are already included in our budget because they are already included in our budget. That's the 0.22%. It wasn't necessarily outlined as clearly as we've received verbally in the printed package, but that is what I came to understand through the presentations, was the 0.22% that was segregated out on page 50, I believe it was, of the plan, was the 13 and a half additional service hours. What number 1 refers to is that during the City of Spruce Grove budget meeting yesterday, there was a request for information on the cost to increase the service demand further. And there were the options of 10 p.m. service on weekdays and then weekend service. That is what number 1 refers to. So the expectation would be that we would like to think the City of Spruce Grove will move forward with the 13 and a half additional hours as we've had in our plan. But again, without any level of consistency, without any level of regional governance in that model, we can't be sure of that, which actually is why this motion is coming forward. Because we could decide to cut the 0.22% out of our budget and not have those 13 and a half additional service hours in that transit system. And how would that impact the City of Spruce Grove? How would that impact us? How would that impact the regional network? That's why this motion is coming forward, because there's not a level of consistency. So when we think of our water commissions, when we think of the Tri-Leisure Center, or any of those entities that we have regional partnerships of, we have great regional management. And that regional management, which sometimes includes regional governance, comes up with models, comes up with growth, comes up with opportunities, comes up with projects, and then they put them forward consistently to all 3 councils. And so that is what I'm saying, that if you read the 2018 reports, that is exactly what the 2018 reports actually suggested and recommended for a regional transit system, was to establish a regional commission. Now, is that the right model? Is it not the right model? I don't know. That's why we need information from administration on how things are currently working, on how they intend to currently work them, and then again, what those recommendations are. And that might come out that, hey, because of the change and no more EMTSC, we need to run new reports. And then maybe we need to put those in next year's budget. But in order to get them in next year's budget, we need to contemplate this information earlier in the year, or they have to get walked on as special items. We know that. We've seen our planning process. And yes, to Councillor Anderson's point, January, absolutely key for a discussion on regional transit and moving it forward. However, regional transit already exists in our strategic plan. It has existed in our strategic plan, and it was about to be dropped off of our strategic plan because we were supposed to have an entity in place to deliver that. Unfortunately, that entity ceased to exist, so we do have to have a little bit more consideration as to how we get this integrated into our region and make sure that it's sustainable and consistent so that it doesn't have to be a priority anymore because it's there, and we can start working on new initiatives that our residents want to see.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay, seeing none, just a quick thought here. So Councilor Lori, I'm going to ask to split the motion into 2 parts. The first one would be your point number 1, as it has a budget implication further down, the other 2 do not. So, and I'll also ask to add, make it friendly to that, is that to add an extra clause in that be brought back at the November 27th council meeting, RCM, for deliberation. As if something's going to pass at the City of Spruce Grove Council, their corporate planning, then there'll be some recognition of that. So when we finalize our plan, those numbers should be added at that point in time.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just wondering if that actually requires splitting of the motions. The intent still stays the same. All 3 items are administrative items. We're asking administration to bring that back on the 27th should they choose to pass it in their budget deliberations, or should they choose to increase above what's already recommended in the plan during their budget deliberations. And then again, number 2 and 3 are administrative as well. So
Yep.
just not sure if they need to be split.
I think it's just split because if one does pass and if there is some movement on the City of Spruce Grove Council, then it is actually a budget impact.
Okay.
So I'd like to provide that clarity so that if one does pass, there is a budget implication. 2 and 3 do not have, no matter what happens.
Absolutely. I'm okay with that.
Okay. So members of council, we'll deal with motion number 1 first, is point 1. And if I can have administration read the motion back, please.
Your Worship, just give us a second and we'll have
Okay, thank you. And I'll speak to that before I go to the mover again. I will support the first motion on hand here. I believe there was some conversation about asking for cost estimates to extend the hours of service. That was provided by our general manager prior to the beginning of the meeting. We extended hours being $60,000 for weekday service extending to 10 p.m. Weekend service Saturday and Sunday, 8 to 10 was 114. And then also, if we did Saturday, weekend service Saturday, Sunday, on only from 8 to 6 p.m. was only 82K. So there is some budget implications. We do know what they are. And this is contingent to, as mentioned by Councillor Hansard, to the regional transit provider. So if the city of Spruce Grove does go ahead and move on increasing that service levels beyond the 13.5, then I definitely want to be lock in step with them as we are a regional transit network, and look forward to having those synergies in service levels. Councillor Laurie.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. I think you summed that up quite well. Again, the expenses are in front of us, but we don't know whether those expenses would or wouldn't go forward because it depends on what our regional partner does. So it's nice that we have these numbers. They're reasonable numbers. I'm not too scared of them, thankfully. But ultimately, without the decision from the City of Spruce Grove, we can't take any action. So this allows us to once they've had those deliberations.
Okay. Thank you. Before I call the motion, administration, can you read out the motion, please, so that council is clear? Can you read out the motion, please?
Through your worship to council. So should the City of Spruce Grove as regional transit service provider pass a motion in their budget deliberations, administration will bring back a decision item to council with the information on the cost to keep the service level consistent between the two municipalities, and that this matter be brought back to the November 27th regular council meeting for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Laurie? Okay. With that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay. That is carried. All right, it is 7:30. Let's take a 10-minute recess, and then we'll come back.
Your Worship, can we finish the
Sorry.
motion before?
I forgot about that. That's my bad. Can we have number 2, number 3?
Your Worship, those were the original number 2 and number 3. They're just noted as 1 and 2 now.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Laurie?
Excellent. Yes, Your Worship. Again, as I've already stated the points as to why these are imperative conversations to happen, we do know administration is working on them, but the reality is without any guidance from council, we have no indication when we might actually see that. And so the simple point of this is that we are putting out some context on there, and I'm asking administration to bring a report by the halfway point of the year, which I feel is quite fair. That's basically 8 months from today, that they would provide us with at least some level of information. It may not be fully formed, it may not be, have a decision item attached to it, but it will at least give us clarity as to what the former report said, what we've done with those former reports, and which way administration wishes to go forward, as well as we've heard the synergies from the general manager of ATS in this service, and I think it's prudent that we work on that sooner rather than later because it will only increase the service level we can provide to our residents. So having a report back by the end of Q2 in 2024, I think is a reasonable ask of administration for that.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Hansard?
Your Worship, just for clarification, are some of the words in this motion supposed to be capitalized, such as council and tri-region? Generally, we see those capitalized, do we not? If it's going to be the official motion, maybe we could get that so nobody anywhere is insulted.
Okay. Administration, wordsmithing, that's up to you guys. Any more debate and commentary on the motion? Councillor Meyer, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd just be curious if administration should just comment on the timing, if that would be enough time to get a report, or yeah, just that.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Meyer, that's no problem at all.
Okay, and I'll actually add that's actually a really good timing considering that we do have strategic planning coming forward. Definitely, as mentioned by Councillor Anderson, that conversation amongst council in terms of service levels and what the 2018 transit report says will be a good kickoff, and then allow administration to go back and summarize the notes that we've given them at strat planning, and then they can come back with that presentation at the end of Q2. Okay, any other questions, comments? Okay, no, I will support the motion. I think it's good for us to review that, especially with our growing communities and the fact that we are a regional service network. We definitely need to have those conversations to make sure that we're working together for the betterment of all communities, not just two or one. Councilor, anything else to say that you did not already say?
Nothing further, Your Worship.
Okay, call the question. All in favor? Okay, and that's carried. Okay, with that, let's take a recess, 10 minutes, and we'll come back. All right, welcome back. Council has come back from recess and looking at continuing our corporate plan. Right? Okay, council is back and we're ready to continue on with the corporate plan conversation debate. Motions to make, amend, and to make the corporate plan truly ours. Members of council, looking down the line, any more questions for clarity, understanding, and motions? Councilor Plechko?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'll refer to page 11, table 5 again, and I'll go back to the cemetery. Earlier, we heard that there was no detailed design for plots to be sold. So I'm looking for clarity. When I read this, my understanding is that the cemetery design was completed in 2021, which would mean that we do have plots for different things and allocations that we could be offering to our public today, even though the ground has not been broke to actually be able to do it. So I'm looking for clarity. Is there actually a detailed design for this cemetery that would actually bring it to construction in 2025?
Through your worship, the Councillor Plechko, for your first question, yes, there is the detailed design is complete. I'd have to go check with staff about a detailed plot plan, but in line with that, there is still the need to bring a cemetery bylaw to council to approve in order to move forward with that as one part. Additionally, in order to sell plots, as part of the corporate plan on table 5, you'll note that there's the inclusion of a clerk and software, which are necessary to perform that service as well.
If I could.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I see that the clerk and software. I'm still wondering if this was to move forward so that we were actually able to do that. I see less than $100,000 that would be able to give our residents the opportunity to start to buy their plots and to move that forward. And I'm just wondering, a clerk that's 0.4, is there a need for that today, because the amount that would probably come through the door is minimal? Could we not support that effort within the system that we have now and work towards that? So really, at the end of the day, it's a software update or a software program that we would need, and that software is about 58 grand. So when I look at that, it goes back to my Councillor Hansert's comment that it would give our residents some satisfaction knowing that we're actually moving forward. It would also give us some funding ahead of time, much like they do pre-builds in many businesses around the community. So bringing, and again, I'm speaking out loud a little bit here, bringing the bylaw, could that happen at the 27th meeting as well? Is there a bylaw proposed for this? Is the software readily available, or is this something that would really take till 2026 to get the software?
Thank you. Administration.
Through your worship to Councillor Plechko, the bylaw, I'd have to go check with staff on the status of the bylaw. I know it's something that has been being worked on. I don't believe that's something we could bring forward before the end of the year. I would have to check with staff on some dates in 2024 that we could bring it in. With respect to the software, that's something I'd have to confirm with IT or our IT services to be absolutely sure how long it would take us to get that. The module is quite unique. I'm looking at our corporate services general manager, see if he can maybe further to that.
Thank you, General Manager, and through the worship to Councillor Palechko. Yeah, but part of one of the challenges of our system strategy is sequencing all the software that's coming aboard. And right now with the ERP project plan this coming year, and likely if we get the half grant, e-permitting, so those are going to take exhausting amount of time to put our efforts towards this coming year. But we'd have to do a little bit more deep diving to find out what that would look like. But I wouldn't certainly anticipate we'd be able to just execute that very, very simply. Thanks.
Your Worship, if you don't mind, maybe I wouldn't mind taking a minute or two here just to provide some commentary and a bit of context. So, as outlined in the corporate plan, council can clearly see that the administration was intending to and looking to ramp up to a construction project in 25. Again, depending on the timeline involved and so on and so forth. But and then the basic notion is that as that construction is being completed or would be completed, to get into the full operations following that. So, again, I'm gonna provide a bit of open thought here, open comment. So, if there is a consideration from council to look to advance, either call what you want, a bit of promotion, marketing, perhaps pre-sales, and outlining that in advance of the construction project, that can certainly be considered, and I would say can be done. I think what you're hearing right now from staff is that it simply wasn't contemplated at this point, and that there's a little hesitancy to make a clear commitment at this point to what can or can not be achieved in the midterm. But what I would just put into the dialogue is that should council, want to see that taking place, I'm not sure how to transact that necessarily right now this evening. But if we did have a bit of time, even a couple of weeks, and I would say over into the November 27th, we would be able to outline some steps that can be taken to advance and what I would consider, mean at minimal cost and or with services that are, staffing levels that we do have available. I think I'll just stop there, just put that into the dialogue and see if there's a commentary or a reaction to that or.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Palechko.
Just a bit of follow-up to that. Is that something that would require a motion to happen? Or is that something that, you mentioned that it could take for 3 weeks and we could have that back for that point in time. I'm just looking for a bit of an alternative for our residents as we continue to struggle to get this cemetery off the ground and the delays that we've had. This would just give them a bit of assurance that, the plan is going forward and that we are looking at the funding portion of it, so.
Thank you, Your Worship. And again, I believe, what I guess I'm trying to attempt to do is provide an opportunity for our staff to take a relatively quick look. So, could be the 27th, could be by the end of the year, and provide some option to council as to, what can be advanced. And I would, I would say along a bit of a marketing or a bit of, and I simply I wouldn't make any promises as to exactly what that would be. But I'm trying to call what you want, I guess, anticipate or appreciate some of the comments and just provide council with a bit of a path or some further information that would be, I would say more specific and or at least cleaner and clearer than probably what we're able to provide verbally tonight.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for that. As I sit here struggling, trying to decide on this page
what to change and what not to change, I think that helps me decide where I need to go. So thank you for that bit of commentary. And I would look forward to a bit of a plan coming forward, not necessarily from a motion, but from administration to be able to move that forward.
Councillor Hansard?
Thank you, Your Worship. One, I appreciate Councillor Paleckko going back to visit this again this evening, and I also appreciate the obvious indication from administration that there's a desire to do what they hear council is interested in pushing, even though this is already in the plan, that maybe some little tiny piece of this could come forward this coming year so that people know that they can book their plots, that they can, the funeral homes can begin to have the answers for people. Yes, there is a cemetery coming in Stony Plain, and you can select your lots and that kind of thing. What I appreciate the struggle. What I'm wondering is it prudent, Mr. Mayor, for us to look at taking that 100,000 to be implemented this year rather than everything piling on in 25, 26 for the funeral, for the cemetery, so that this one piece could somewhat stand alone? And does that require a motion, or is it something that we know now that administration is hearing and they're willing to work on and see what they can do, and then we'll come back to council to say, now's when you want to add this 100,000 in this year's budget? Because I'm not seeing any of these dollars fall in 2024 into our budgeting process unless we make it so in the budget tonight. So we don't really have to have a date. We don't really have to push council until they feel like their brains are squeezing out. What it can do is just make sure that money is there to do this one piece of it.
Okay, so thank you, Councillor Hansard. So page 11 has your opportunities to do that. I think that was referenced to by Councillor Paleckko when he first brought up the subject. So if you look at that, there are costs associated with the construction, which is almost $3 million in 2025, which was fully funded through MSI funding. And then the subsequent 2026 has expenses that are associated for the software, for the people to run it and to do the supervising, and then also then the net operations of selling the lots, and then also, the cost of operating that cemetery. So if council would like to, like similar to what some of the other motions have done, for example, the very first motion that was made was to increase that capital, the capital from 0.5 to 1%. If council thinks this is warranted to have that $100,000 or even earmark $50,000 for a 0.5 position, council has the right to make that motion to add $50,000 for this project.
Mr. Mayor, would we not also then need the software and we don't need a site supervisor, we don't need anything except the software and the clerk, is that correct?
That was correct, but I think when that was asked by Councilor Paleckko and answered by the general managers, because they're currently doing the enterprise software change this year and to next year, that the workload is very, very heavy for that as they change that over. So this was not complemented into this corporate year because they need to get that software in place before we can add more software. So right now they're doing that change now.
Okay, without belaboring this, I know in pre-sales of homes, we don't always have the program that the builder's going to use to sell a 300-lot subdivision, but we can take pre-sales. And it's a relatively simple process to take a deposit or even a full payment on something and hold it in real estate, it's a trust account, waiting for the time when all the other pieces come together. Is there something else that needs to be explained to me? Or is this something that can be put into this year's budget so that we can begin to make some kind of progress, pre-sale bookings or whatever, for various lots?
Yeah, I think that is a possibility. Again, as when asked by Council Plechko to have pre-sales, and to do that, you also need to have a bylaw that needs to be passed by council, and that bylaw is coming to council. Not yet sure what day it is, but will be in 2024 to help us get ready for this.
So do we need to pass these few dollars at this time with this budget, or does that come forward later and alter a budget?
No, that comes forward as per the plan is in 2025 is to use MS money for the construction, and then 2026 to have all those dollars to fund the operations of it.
But if we want to do the booking in 2024, do we need any of this?
Councillor answer, so you would need the software and you would need a clerk, as I mentioned earlier. So if that's the will of council to add those to our budget, you can. However, we cannot sell any pre-sales until we do a bylaw first. Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Listening to the conversation around the council bench here, the biggest concern that I have is risk. Whenever you start pre-selling or anything like that, you start putting yourself in a position of a guaranteed deliverable. And as we know in the corporate planning process, while we have projects in the plan, the only thing we're actually approving is 2024. So if administration is going to be bringing information back, the way that the sequence works right now, if I'm understanding it correctly in the plan, is the first step is obviously, like we heard the bylaw, we've got the construction, the net operation services, the site supervisor, the clerk, and the software. And that occurs in an incremental process. What I'm hearing is a desire to essentially flip the process and start, selling or taking deposits or that on plots and lots sooner rather than later, which I understand the concept behind, but, really part of my struggle in this is until site work is started, we can't guarantee when that is going to be available. Typically, in a lot of pre-sale scenarios, there is a guarantee of when that is available. And unfortunately, dealing with what we're dealing with here, if somebody pre-purchases a plot and they happen to pass away before the cemetery is actually constructed and they are not being cremated, what happens? Are we liable to provide them with something in turn? Are we required to refund them if they choose to go elsewhere? Like, how does that work? And there's so many contractual pieces to that we would need to understand fully before moving forward with that type of an initiative. I'm 100% on board with having administration bring us information on how we can stage the program and how we can work towards that. And I don't believe that any of the construction costs are debenture funded. So the revenues that we're receiving from the cemetery are actually only going into operations. So I don't know how receiving those revenues today would help move anything else forward at this point in time either, because we already have the financial plan in place through the tax base and through the grant. And we heard that the only way to move this into 2024 from the grant perspective would be to essentially flop it with the Public Works facility. So I'm just, the risk aspect of what we're talking about concerns me, and maybe administration can provide a bit of commentary on that as to if council were to contemplate moving forward with any type of pre-sales, bookings, deposits, etc., where does that sit us in a risk factor?
Okay, just to kind of close this conversation, obviously this is one of council's priorities, and as mentioned by the town manager, they'll sit down together with the team and come up with a process and then show it to council. So the process is that we need the bylaw done by this time, we need this done and this done, and then we can see it. Because right now, there is a process, and I don't think council has not seen the entire process, and I think Councillor Plechko made a good question and asked, can we just see that so that there's some certainty? And if that is maybe just a kind of a request, just accept for information at any regular council meeting or from now till whenever, before it's built, so that we do have that process, and we can actually steer our residents to, here's the process, this is what is going on, and this is how we're going to get there. So is there a commitment from administration to get that to us?
Thank you, Your Worship. If council is comfortable, just a brief motion referring and asking for information to be provided by, I would say, within Q1 of 2024, would give some certainty and clarity to that.
Okay, so then that'd be just a motion for the process to come forward. Yeah.
That's what I was commenting on, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, and I'd like to do that because I think we're trying to argue and debate something that's not really on the floor. We're just asking questions for clear understanding, and then, apologize to members of council that I've let that kind of more go on into debate instead of just questions and answers for clarity. Councillor Plechko, I think you raised the question first. Would you like to make the motion to ask administration to bring back kind of a process report for the cemetery construction and operations by the end of Q1 of 2024?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I would, and let me just read that. Yes, I'll make the motion that is on the table, that administration be directed to bring back a report including the budget implications prior to the end of Q1 2024 related to the status of implementing administrative processes related to the cemetery that could commence in 2024.
Okay. Thank you. Any debate on the motion? Okay, I do have a question, though. I think in terms of what the corporate plan is that I don't believe that there should be anything regarding to commencement in 2024, because then that changes the corporate plan. I think the idea of the conversation that I heard around the table was we have this in our plan for 2025 and operations in 2026. What is the process and how we're going to get there? And then if there was anything there that we could, but it wasn't for commencement in 2024. This motion says that could be commenced.
The administrative process only.
The administration, yes, the administrative process is what we're looking for.
Okay.
If there's a possibility, it doesn't mean that we will or won't. It's just if we could, 2024, once we know the process that's involved in it.
Okay. So administration, that's not a capital request, it's just, is there something that we can do internally?
Your Worship, maybe if I can just provide some in my own perspective and thought here. So as it's worded, it does say that if there were to be budget implications or corporate plan or dollar amounts, so to speak, that were significant enough to require council approval, we would bring that to council. So just to be clear, that would be the, if in the course of this effort, we found that there may be something that could be done that has a significant cost, and significant being cannot just be absorbed in one of our general operating budgets, then, that covers that potential off. So I'll leave that at that. I think, Your Worship, and I just want to, again, continue a bit of a dialogue here on this particular one with the council, but some of the comments expressed was what I heard was more about almost a project, promotion and outline. And certainly it has been a number of years since we've done some of that. Typically on some of our other more people-focused capital projects, there is a reasonable amount of interactions and so on that go on. So as I sit here and listen to the conversation, partly in my head is the question of how do we provide further levels of clarity and potential certainty through 2024 and in advance of a capital project in 25 and operations thereafter. So I'll stop there, Your Worship. That's the thought I have.
Okay, thank you. I think that's kind of the understanding that I had as well. So any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Councillor Hansen.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to be perfectly clear. I'm not suggesting, and I don't think I heard Councillor Plechko suggest, that we would be swapping the Public Works building for the cemetery project at all. Just a beginning of something that would let people begin that process, because you don't just wait till somebody dies to pick where they're going to be buried.
Okay, thank you. Any more comments that are related to the motion at hand? Okay, with that, I think this is a good motion to bring back some of that clarity and understanding for our residents and for council as well, in terms of kind of a corporate initiative, a priority of council that is in our corporate plan, that is scheduled a little bit further out in year 2025 and 26, so I will support the motion. Councilor Pletchko, anything to add?
I just ask that council support this. It's a way to clarify. It's something out of the box that we don't normally do within our council, but it also helps that our community is continually asking why we continue to put a project on hold. We all sit here and know why we continue to do a number of things, but it is not always clear for the public. So again, I just would ask that you fully support this, that we are able to go back to our community and tell them what we're up to.
Thank you. With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Okay, and that's carried 7. Okay, moving on. Members of council, any more comments, commentary? Councilor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just sent the motion through to administration. This was a nice and simple one. I'll just move that council adds the $7,000 additional requisition as requested by the TransAlta Tri-Leisure Centre.
All right, can we get that on the screen, please? And then go ahead, Councilor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Not too much to say to this. We saw the TLC budget presentations. I'm actually commending the TLC for keeping the increase this year to $7,000, given the inflation pressures that they've faced, the additional utility costs that they've faced, et cetera. It's prudent management from them financially, and $7,000 equates to a 0.035% increase in taxation. So I think it's very reasonable to consider with that facility. And then just a reminder to council as well, that facility is starting to hit its life cycle. We will be looking at likely having larger increases coming forward in the next couple of years for capital initiatives from the TLC. So we need to keep that in mind as we start planning out other initiatives as well.
Thank you. Members of council, any questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Councilor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I meant to ask this when we came back from break, but can we add this to our tax increase table and just see where we sit? I think we've had a couple of additions since it was last up. Thank you.
Thank you. So with the 7,000 is a 0.04, so if that motion passes, we're looking at 7.41%. Yep. Any other questions, comments, and debate on the motion? You see none, I will support the motion. I think the TLC is doing a good job at managing the leisure center for us, and the increase is well within the means of the financial realities that are happening in our region right now. Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That's carried 7. Okay, any other motions moving forward? Councilor Pletchko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'll make a motion to add the additional $30,000 that the Stony Plain Public Library has asked for in the presentation that we seen earlier this.
Thank you. Can administration have that up? Okay. Would you like to speak towards that?
While this is a small ask of the public library, I believe over the years of sitting and listening to a number of funding requests, this is a small amount for a position to increase our ability to have the library looked after a little bit better. I think that with the uncertainty of what's going on at the library right now, it may be funds that are required to move the library forward.
Thank you, Councilor Pletchko. Members of council, questions, comments, and debates on the motion? Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
So I'll be supporting this motion, and just to add some color to Councillor Pletchko's comments, you know, it's as our town continues to grow, so does the use of our library, as well as the costs on it. And so I think it's very important that we keep a strategic vision, as Councillor Plechko sort of mentioned there, of what a library that's going to support a town of 30,000 will look like. I'd just like to remind council that we actually have our new library is still staffed at the same level as the old location. And as we're all aware, we also have had some challenges retaining our director. So having sat on that library board, I suspect that, as Councillor Plechko mentioned, the $30,000 will go to help alleviate some of these challenges with staffing and salaries.
Okay, thank you very much. And any more questions, comments in the debate? Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question to the either the current or the former library board member. Again, reviewing the information that we received after the library's presentation, their increase to staffing and benefits is shown as about $80,000, a little over $80,000. Can you just refresh my memory as to what exactly the staffing changes are that are contemplated in that increase in the budget?
So while I won't be able to give you a complete detail, I would point out that there's 3 staff that have been bumped up to full-time, and with that comes a significant increase to benefits, and so I think that came to about $35,000. In terms of how that's the $85,000 increase to the salaries, some of the coverage will be coming from the library's reserves. So this $30,000 this year will help offset what would otherwise be a larger increase next year, if that helps.
Thank you. Does that provide the clarity?
It provides one part of clarity, so I do have a second question to ask of that then, if I may, Your Worship.
Okay, go ahead.
So again, in reviewing what was presented in front of us, the request was made for an additional $30,000 in 2024 of the town of Stony Plain, but I see there was no additional request to Parkland County. I'm wondering if we can get some clarity on how Parkland County funds the Stony Plain Library, and as we continue to see increases, if we have opportunities to be asking Parkland County for additional contributions.
Okay, thank you. And that sounds like an admin question. In terms of the partnership with the library, how is the Parkland County's portion handled in terms of budget requests?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, not being part of the library services, I can just tell you what information I have and glean from that. Captured in the information they provided us was $158,000 and change to Parkland County. My assumption would be they would undertake a similar process that they did with us and present to Parkland County and ask for a request. I'm not sure if that's been done or accepted or what process they've undertaken with Parkland County. We could certainly reach out and find out with our peers and provide some email commentary back on that.
Go ahead.
So thank you, Your Worship, and yeah, that's a bit of a challenge and a bit of a concerning point for me. We see that we have $24,000 increase in the budget for the library common costs already, and then we have an additional ask of the $30,000, so we're essentially looking at a $54,000 increase for the library from ourselves, but no additional contribution from Parkland County. Can either the current or the former board member comment as to whether a budget presentation was made to Parkland County that requested an increase?
So I can add that actually Parkland County does not take library delegations. They, from how I understand it, is they get a pool of money, and then they have a number of libraries throughout the county that they fund. I believe that is based on usage. And so in terms of, they don't make a presentation.
Yeah. So,
and sorry, and I'd just like to add, and maybe administration can help me here on this one. In terms of the costs to the common area of the library, I mean, we do cover the snow clearing costs of other buildings that, so I'm not sure that's exactly a fair statement to tack that on as a library cost, as we cover those types of costs on our other buildings.
Okay, so I'll add to the conversation. Through my experiences on council, the Parkland County Council does not receive a direct presentation from the Stony Plain Library. The Stony Plain Library Board has that conversation with the Parkland Library Board, and from there, the Parkland County Library Board has that conversation with the Parkland County Council, and then from that, then there's a budget amount that is put aside for libraries, which is very similar to what we do, and then based on their working model is divvied up between Devon, City of Spruce Grove, Stony Plain, and a little bit to Drayton Valley, I believe. And then that's how it has worked. So definitely that's a question that could be asked by our general manager to ask that question. Has that presentation been done to the Parkland County Library Board? And from there, then that's in their hands to decide if they want to add or not. Yeah, and in terms of common costs, I think Councillor Meyer, Deputy Mayor, mentioned that fairly well, is that when we used to have the library at the old premises, we also did that as well. And that was also our own carrying cost that we took care of. That was not added to the library budget, but it was separated from our own repair, maintenance, and snow clearing budgets. Okay, with that motion, any other debate on the motion about increasing the public library fund by $30,000? Okay, seeing none, I will support the motion. As to the presentation, definitely see the value in the library that provides for our community. As mentioned, the funding level and a lot of the current amount that we provide for the library was held stagnant at the 2020 levels from when they were in the Forest Green Plaza. They made the commitment when they moved over that they would not ask for increases until after they figured out what they were trying to do. And I think this is lock and step with them operating for about 2 years to figure out what services we're providing, where their service levels are, where there's some need. And from the last corporate plan, council asked them to provide more services, more hours, and I think this will help address some of those issues that council asked for. So I will support the motion. Councilor Plechko, you want to go ahead?
Just a question of clarity, Your Worship. One thing that I don't see noted or contemplated was, I believe there was an agreement with the library for the provision of equipment and furnishings, and there was contemplations of the repayment of that. Is that something that is part of the town's current debentures, or how was that funded? And then do we have anything in place from the library on the payment of that?
And I'll go that to either the general manager or the manager of finance or general manager of corporate services.
Sorry, a lot of fingers going either way. Your worship, through to Councilor Laurie. So you're referring to the additional funds that we provided for the construction of, just for clarity, the construction of the project? So to date, the library has provided us with 2 or 3 payments. They've also applied for a grant in the tune of about $350,000 that was dedicated to purchasing some equipment that is housed in that library, in that space. So there's not a formal agreement in place necessarily with respect to timing of and the amount of expectation that we have on that. I think there's been enough commentary around the council chambers, and the current board is well aware of that particular expense that was incurred in the construction, and they are working diligently to providing as able without depleting their reserves and the things that they have to cover as their life cycle obligations come to light. Certainly, we're working with them to allow that process and that timing that best favors their operations. I believe it came from reserve, so it would just be a matter of coming back into us and back into our reserve. So I think that's how that's handled as we receive a payment from the library. So they're in around the 800 or so thousand dollars from my recollection. Would have to confirm that, but certainly that number kind of rings a bell with the last 2 to 3 payments.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and appreciate that. And the comment again goes to, as we've talked about multiple times this evening, our reserve balances. If we could get some type of just an update, just an email version, I think would be even sufficient, just kind of outlining the history of that and where it sits today, and so we can get an understanding of what that looks like. It's, as mentioned, it's not really documented anywhere. It doesn't have a formal agreement around it, and so there's not a lot of clarity around it, and I just want to understand sort of where that sits and how that will continue to move forward, so we make sure that our reserves do get reinvested back in, so that we have that balance available in the future.
Thank you. Any more comments? If not, I'm going to go to Councillor Pletchko. Anything to summarize?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Just thank you, Councillor Meyer, for being on that board and being able to answer those questions tonight, as I've just been appointed to it in the recent appointments. I do ask that all council support this. I think it's quite important. Our library does a number of things within our community and gives back a number of things to our community, and it's a small ask that they've asked for at this point in time, and we'll look forward to seeing what moves forward in the future.
Thank you. With that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, and that carried 7. Oh, I think Councillor Hanson, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to refer you to page 44, table number 46. I'm back to electric vehicle facility infrastructure. I do know that some other municipalities, including Spruce Grove, applied for a Green Initiatives grant. I'm not sure how much they received to actually install electric vehicle charging stations in their community. In one community, I heard that almost 100% of 3 stations was provided to them. This was not Spruce Grove. But I'm thinking that I would like to remove this 235,000 electric charging station from this budget and have administration come to us in the future with a funding grant already showing where that is going to be paid, and putting a motion before council that electric charging stations, 2 of them I think, could be installed in Stony Plain. That takes this 235,000 off of our taxpayer and puts it where it belongs in a Green Initiatives, in a grant. I don't think our taxpayers, who are already paying a lot for their own fuel for their vehicles, need to be paying for the establishment of electric charging stations for people who are generally driving cars that are much more expensive than the ones the other people are driving. So for that reason, even though I'm for a Green Initiative, I do not believe our taxpayers ought to be paying for this. I am moving that we remove the $235,000 project establishing electric vehicle facility infrastructure in the town of Stony Plain from this budget.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Hansard. I'll let administration take a minute to put that in. Just for clarification, Councillor Hansard, so this is not currently in the 2024 budget. It is proposed that did not make the cut. If you look at what's scheduled, it is for 2026. So is the motion just to remove it, period, so we're not doing that at all?
It's possible by 2026, there could be a Green Initiatives grant gotten for it.
Right. I think during the question and answer, there was a question about the some of the green opportunities, and the town manager mentioned that we did apply for a few grants to have installation the last couple of years, and we were not successful. So again, this is earmarked in there, and then I think I heard that they would be applying for other grants in the future to maybe offset that, but this is a placeholder for 2026.
I think I haven't had to withdraw very many motions this term, Your Worship. I would be willing to withdraw that motion. But when this comes forward in the future, I want to see that there are dollars to pay for almost every penny of that. It was clearly explained to us in this process, an earlier question in the budget discussions, that this would be to provide a service. Well, that's a wonderful idea, but not on the backs of our taxpayers. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you for that, the comment,
I'll withdraw
Councillor.
the motion.
Thank you, and definitely, it is a placeholder, so in the next year's budget, when we look at it, this might be below the line at 2026. We can have that conversation again to see if there's any more kind of funding sources available besides the tax base. Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to jump back to page 69 and 70. Well, 69, actually, I don't think it has made its way to 70 yet. Didn't expect our grant request to get picked off one by one, but I'm happy to bring another one forward. And so I would like to make a motion this evening to add the $20,000 Skydancer Indigenous Center request to our current corporate plan.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Administration, I'll give you a couple minutes to pull that up. Go ahead and speak to that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just looking back actually at the request letter, now I don't know if this needs to be captured in the particular motion, so I'll ask the question first and then speak to it. But their initial funding request, I think this dates back to June 2023, was for this $20,000 amount for 6 years, I think extending to 2029. I don't fully understand how that grant program works. I know we talked a little bit about ongoing grants versus one-time grants and that sort of thing. Because the request from the organization was specific to those 6 years, would that need to be captured in our motion this evening?
Okay. Question, commentary from administration?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I appreciate the question. It just allows for some, ability to again, just touch on some of the process. So this would be, so if council saw fit to pass the motion as it's written, that would be added into the 2024 budget. It would also be considered an ongoing operating grant, which would have it sitting in the 25 as an automatic the next time it came around, 26, so on and so forth. That would be the interpretation. I say that because in the event, again, whether the request is for 6 years or 3 years, still just the 2024 year is actually formally approved. The 5 and 6 in this instance are forecasted. The other comment I will just make, many of the other grants that you see on that list, whether the ones that are being made motions for this evening or others, we do enter into operating agreements of some form, whether it's one, can be 1 year, can be 3 years, can be longer. Typically, I think most of them are 3-year agreements, and we will negotiate those, and those 3-year agreements will hold the budget line, so to speak. Just to be clear, I don't mean they will always be like a zero increase. If the negotiated changes are 1% or 2% or what have you, then those would be reflected in the out years. If I can, just maybe council can bear with me for a few more seconds. The recent agreements, many of them were zero increases. Many of them were signed during COVID years when that was the mandate to maintain 0% at some of these grants. So, Your Worship, in summary, the request may be for 6 years. Council by motion, unless specifically noting otherwise, would be including the 24 year, and that number would be carried forward into 25 at the same amount.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Anderson?
Thank you for that, and I appreciate the clarity there. Just a quick comment related to this motion this evening. We've spoken with several municipal groups or community organizations, even on my short time on council, that have struggled to gain traction within our community. And the Skydancer Indigenous Community Group, I know we've all, as members of council, I know we've seen members of administration, our city staff, and certainly our residents attend events that have been held at this facility. I've spoken with community organizations that work with different populations within our community that utilize the space for community meetings and talking groups and those sorts of things as well. You know, the TRC calls to action for municipalities certainly speaks to the importance and value of these types of organizations in our community that meet the needs of not just our Indigenous community, but provide an education for non-Indigenous people around the history, the culture, the community of Indigenous peoples of Canada. You know, this is a group, I think, that has really embraced the celebration of Indigenous culture. We've seen a number of events and activities. Beading, for one, I'm wearing a poppy this evening that was beaded by an artisan that participates in the ongoing programming at that facility. And so I've spoken with a number of youth as well who are excited to attend their ongoing programming. So, you know, I could go on about the benefits to our community, but would certainly ask for council support in moving this forward this evening.
Okay. Thank you. Members of council, open up the floor for questions, comments, and debate. Councillor Hansard.
Your Worship, the wording of this motion is to increase grant funding in 2024 in the amount of $20,000. What is the total amount that they're asking for? Is it some other number plus $20,000?
Okay, thank you. And I think, as mentioned by Councillor Anderson, the request was for $20,000 for 6 years. So this is the first time that the grant application has come forward. And that is, we just had the grand opening of the center where council was involved earlier this year.
I understand that. It's the wording that is bothering me. It sounds like there's some other amount that they were supposed to get from us, but they're wanting to increase it by $20,000. So if it was $6,000 before, increasing it by $20,000, or in the amount of $20,000, would make $26,000. I'm trying to clarify.
Okay.
Are we just giving them $20,000?
Okay, so I think the word increase should be changed to provide or implement. Okay, to allocate. Okay, that's good. Thank you for that, Councillor Hansard.
Okay, that helps.
Okay.
And then also, I'd like to ask Mr. Mayor, for many years, our own Pioneer Museum used to get $5,000 from council. Other organizations have started off at a much lower amount. I don't recall the meeting that we had with Skydancer when they presented, or what it was. Is it because the rent where they have chosen to locate in Spruce Grove is rather high, and this helps them to meet their rent and utilities and so forth? I know that Spruce Grove is providing a larger amount, I think 40-some thousand. I'm just curious if that could be clarified.
Okay, thank you. So for that presentation, when Skydancer came to council, City Spruce Grove is providing the lands and the building at no cost to the center. This is just for in terms of programming and wages and utilities and everything else. You're correct. The City of Spruce Grove has been providing $41,000 for the center. Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm appreciative of this, and if I recall back to the presentation that Diane gave us, I had asked the question about their application for any grant funding, in particular any matching grant funding, and the response was that they had to be established for a year, I believe it was, before they were eligible for any grant funding. So I'm supportive of the initial amount here for 2024, but I'm a little leery of having that be put into the plan as an automatic for the years going forward. Again, as I mentioned, with all the grants that we have going out the door, we don't see many of these organizations back in council chambers explaining how they're integrating with the community, explaining the value of the dollars that we're providing, explaining additional funds they're accessing and from whom and from where. So I would like to ensure that this is strictly for 2024. And then I would willingly consider other funding for them in 2025. I'm just not comfortable at having it automatic at the same amount. So I don't know if there's any terminology that needs to be added to that or what, because we're not approving 25, 26. But I find it challenging that when we talk about our budgets, any changes from the Tri-Leisure Center, for example, including the $7,000 this year, don't get integrated into our corporate plan. They have to come as additions. So if we approve $20,000 today, that automatically means $20,000 next year. I'm not comfortable with that, and I might be inclined to not support that motion. So I'd like to make sure that I can support this motion by ensuring that future years aren't tied to this initial grant request.
I think the commentary that I heard from the town manager is that it is actually going to be a line item until council removes it. So Councillor Anderson, you heard the commentary, we can leave it at that and just come back to it later, or you can actually make that change, or there can be a motion to amend that. But shall I go down to some more commentary first?
Yeah, the only comment I would have is it is specific within the motion that it is for 2024. Whether that comes back as a line item next year or whether it's in the proposed grants as it was this year, it's my understanding that that shift, in not having the Tri-Leisure, just as an example, be automatically included was actually at the request of council, that all of those increase requests came back to us and that we would add those back into the corporate plan if we saw fit to do that. So based on what I've heard so far, I'd be happy to leave it as it is, but we can certainly have some more comments from council.
Okay, and I'll go to Councillor Loynes.
Thank you, Your Worship. I am inclined to support this motion. I remember when Skydancer was here, and again, as Councillor Laurie mentioned, as soon as they were established for their 1 year, they were going to start to apply for grants. Seeing all the programs that they have been offering with no additional charge to anybody and all the interactions they are having within the community, I think it's great to see that they are part of us, whether they station themselves in Spruce Grove or here. It's still wonderful to see how much they integrate with everybody around them in the Tri-Region. So as it stands right now, I am willing to support this motion.
Okay, Councillor Plechko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'm not inclined to support this at this point in time if it's going to take in more than 2024. I think to get this going, Skydancer kind of was partnered up with a group within our town to begin with that has now since told us that they no longer need the funding from our group because they feel that they can operate through grants and special funding. But I'm really inclined to think that when I look at all of the groups that we fund, I think there needs to be a funding request put forward from them. And I think if we're just to start allocating money to different groups today, what we're going to see is them groups now come forward asking for that substantial amount of increase. We haven't seen it yet today because some of them have 3-year agreements, as was mentioned by the town CAO. So really, if I would be inclined to support this if it was strictly for 2024 and not to allocate it for the 2024 through 2026 plan. And again, each one of the groups has the opportunity to come back every year and tell us what they're doing with our money. And we as a community should be able to explain to all of our residents when we're funding different groups in the community, how they're participating and adding to our community. And yes, I agree. We see Skydancer do some fabulous things within our community. But one way to make sure that that happens is to have them be accountable to us for the funding that we give them throughout the time. So the $20,000 I think is a good funding base, which will allow them to be able to apply for the grantings that may in 2025 not require the $20,000 anymore. So, and I think what we're trying to do, with some of the groups, and I know sitting on the Pioneer Museum, I encourage them to look at ways to try and reduce the ask. And, we get very seldom from that group a large new ask unless it's for a specific project. So I think that's something that we should consider as council as when we're moving forward there. We're not just handing money out to be handing money out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Plechko. Councillor Hansard.
Your Worship, I also would not be supporting this motion in the current wording. I certainly was in favor of supporting this group to help them get their feet on the ground, get established, get opened, and see if they could apply for grants. I don't believe, it's not the motion so much itself, it's the town manager's explanation that because of the years 2024 to 2026 being put in there, and then a further mention of 6 years, that makes me nervous about just committing $20,000 ongoing money. It's the idea that it then becomes a line item. And I think that every council that sits here needs to look at these items and decide if that's where they want their money to go in certain years, given everything that comes before us. We're charged with the responsibility of the big picture for our community. We don't have the biggest picture. There's a provincial picture, there's a national picture, and even a world picture. But we are the big picture for our community. We're the people that see that big picture and are responsible to fund it. So I'm not in favor of multi-years. I would agree to the $20,000 for this year, and I would like to invite Skydancer to come back with a presentation to us in the fall for next year's budget request. So if you want me to try to wordsmith that, I can, but that's pretty much where I'm going with this.
Thank you, Councillor Hansard. Any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. A question and then a comment. So the first question is, was a budget provided by Skydancer? I'm just trying to understand the $20,000. I've heard my fellow councillor mention they are receiving some funding from Spruce Grove as well. So I'm just curious if this is a specific ask number or, as it's kind of been alluded to, sort of a get your feet started. That's not what you said. Get your feet wet and get started kind of.
Administration?
Your Worship, through to Deputy Mayor Meyer and all of council. So the request that was submitted by the Skydancer Indigenous Cultural Centre was via letter and correspondence. They made a first presentation for information to council, I believe it was over a year ago, to inform council of their intention to establish in the community. They then followed up with a letter of request for funding. They did have funding established with the City of Spruce Grove and the partnership for the facility that they operate in now. So that is already in place. So the funding request that was provided to us did not provide there was no complete overview of their fulsome budget or financial picture at that time. It was simply a request and an intention to provide programming and services that would be engaged in the community of Stony Plain as well as throughout the region. So to answer your question, there wasn't a detailed application or details of their organizational structure or anything like that was provided to us. It was simply a request outlining sort of the services and programming that they intended to offer and a level of funding that they were seeking that would support that to a degree. So not the complex level that you perhaps are considering.
Okay, and just to follow up there, are we aware of Spruce Grove's level of funding?
We are aware of that, yes, Your Worship, and
Yes, they're providing the facilities and location and also $41,000.
Okay. And so if I could just make a comment. So just to fellow councillors here, I would say in terms of this going as an ongoing expense, I would say that the Truth and Reconciliation is an ongoing effort that would require ongoing funding.
Thank you. Councilor Laurie, come back to you for your second comment.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. A question through you to administration. Prior to the development of Skydancer, our Community and Social Development Department would have been delivering programs related to truth and reconciliation and Indigenous culture within our community. I'm wondering if the general manager can provide some commentary on, with the existence now of Skydancer, if we are to be funding them, if that then frees up budgetary dollars within the community and social development budget to offer additional programs that haven't been able to be offered since we now have this partner in play.
Thank you. We'll go to the general manager.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Laurie and all of Council. We work very closely, actually, in partnership with Skydancer. We worked very closely together through the planning and execution of events for National Day of Truth and Reconciliation, as well as for National Indigenous Peoples Day. We view them as a partner in the community, and so we work in partnership and complementary to their services. Generally, we wouldn't provide funding towards their activities, but we would share staff resources and time.
Thank you.
And then a final question, Your Worship.
Go ahead.
I believe as a part of our grant funding, there was a reserve that was set up that was supposed to accumulate interest and help to pay for some of these grants. Can you refresh my memory on which reserve that was? And
Yes. So is the Stony Plain Legacy Fund?
And how is that reserve doing? And are we able to actually fund this out of reserve, or is this off the tax base?
Just allow for some paper shuffling and some numbers to be found or whatever. But yeah, I can fill some airspace here. So the community, I think it's called the Legacy Fund, was established. I would go back probably 2010, 2011, give or take.
Actually, it was in 2008 when we celebrated our 100th anniversary. That was the motion of council to create that. And the notion was to add $75,000 to that fund each and every year until that, then we use that interest, 75% of the interest back to support community groups.
Yeah, generally.
Not yet. I think when it was proposed, it needed 25 years to accumulate to the point where it was able to do that.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, if I could just clarify, I'm sorry, I missed the reserve name that you had asked for the balance of?
I
The
believe,
legacy?
yes.
Thank you. The balance in the legacy reserve as of the end of 2024 projected is just over 500,000.
Okay, and with that, in terms of the legacy reserve, I believe that $75,000 is supposed to go then each and every year, and then the accumulated surplus, 75% of that was supposed to come back to support community groups such as this. Can administration provide the details on that?
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. That is the correct application of this reserve as per the policy.
So there is $75,000 that's earmarked to go into this budget. How much is coming out in terms of the interest to fund community group events and requests?
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. 75% of the interest that's coming out is $7,500. And the interest earned would be $21,000 going in.
So, Your Worship, sorry, just for clarity, so the interest total is $28,500, $7,500 of that is being used to fund some of these grants, and the additional 21 is being reinvested into the reserve.
That is correct, through Your Worship. The only commitment coming out of this reserve is $7,500 currently.
Do we know where that's being funded to? Because I don't see a grant for $7,500 on the list.
Your Worship, and I can maybe just speak to that, and again, the manager may be able to help me out. So that amount that we were just talking about, that is coming into the operating budget to offset or fund these particular grants or these programs, I don't believe it's specifically allocated. It simply is brought in as a dollar amount. We don't say 2,000 is going to this place or 3,000 is going to that one. It's more of a 7,500 comes in as a revenue, and that's how it's applied. It's not specifically applied to specific groups. Okay, and that's fine, but I do have a kind of concern then, because based on the creation of that reserve, 75% of the interest accumulated in there is supposed to come back out to support these groups. That does eventually comes off the tax base. So at that tipping point where we actually withdraw more money in interest than we're putting in was, I think when we approved it, it was going to be like 25 years down the road. So if I heard correctly, there was $21,000 going into the reserve. So even using $25,000, 75% of it is $15,000, give or take. So $15,000 should be coming back out to fund.
Your worship, just a correction on that. From what I heard, the total interest was $28,500. So with what you're saying, if 75% of the interest is supposed to come out to fund grants, that would be the $21,000. And the additional reinvestment would be $7,500. It sounds like what we're hearing from administration, that that's actually being reversed, and administration is only using 25% of the interest to fund and is reinvesting the 75% of the interest.
Right, that's why I'm trying to get clarity. I was just using numbers easy as 21,000 and then 15,000 coming back. So the question is, based on that reserve, all the interest that's generated in there, 75% of the interest is supposed to come back out to help provide some of these, to offset the grant money. Numbers that are provided by administration do not match that policy.
Yeah, Your Worship, just again, I can see some numbers being double-checked and looked up here beside me. So frankly, just even if we allow some time, just get some clarification on our end in here, and we get that answer to you or response.
Okay, and then we can actually come back to that if administration can provide some details on what the interest generated from that reserve is and what should be coming out, and then definitely that will have a slight impact on the final tax corporate plan when we approve it in November of 27. Okay, so back to the debate about should council allocate $20,000 in grant funding to Skydancer. Okay, see no more hands up. I will make commentary and I'll turn it over to Councillor Anderson. I will support the motion at hand. I believe that they have been in contact with our council quite a few times, definitely with the presentation to council last year, and then actually getting on being able to secure a site with the City of Spruce Grove and having the grand opening earlier this year, and the continuation of providing some programs and services for all residents in the Tri-Region to actually bridge that gap. As mentioned by Councillor Meyer, Deputy Mayor, there are a lot of recommendations in the TRC, but there's only a few that apply to us. And having this Indigenous Center and group here working with us to provide some knowledge, understanding, and just kind of overall bridging the gap so we can walk down that road, I think for $20,000 for 2024, and that is what it is stated in the motion is for 2024. And I will support that. Councillor Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and that touches on kind of my closing comment as well, is that, you know, all of our grants are approved annually through our corporate planning process. I think the specific wording here isn't to allocate ongoing grant funding, but specific to 2024, and then it's at the purview of council at any time to withdraw the funding for those grants that are there. Can certainly appreciate some of the commentary around the table this evening. I actually really appreciate a comment that Councillor Laurie made earlier in the evening, not specific to this motion, around having all of our grant recipients back in chambers to provide an update on how those grant dollars are being spent and what they've been up to and the impact they've had on our community. And so, I don't know if that's, a policy discussion for another time or an expectation we put in place, but would love to see all of our for grant recipients be invited back within the next year to provide those updates. With that being said, we have an amazing organization here who have rounded out their board with some very well-respected community members. We've seen already the traction that they've had, the impact that they've had in the community. A couple of the events that they partnered with have been mentioned this evening, but I believe another one was the Missing Murdered Indigenous Women Walk, was a tri-region partnership, and many of the meetings were held at this facility in planning and preparation for that. In the letter, they did outline how some of the dollars would be spent. In the letter that Council received, I believe, June 2023, one of them being a healing garden, which was actually a suggestion of a member of our council, and that was specifically noted in there. And so I think they have a great start. I think they have some great plans for the future, and ask for council support to play our part in helping them advance reconciliation in the tri-region.
Thank you, Councilor Anderson. With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Okay, and that is carried 7. All right, members of council, any more motions? Councilor Plechko, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'll make a motion that we approve the $1,500 additional funding for the Yellowhead Regional Library.
Administration, can you capture that?
Thank you, Your Worship. If I may also just provide a bit of additional context of information that was provided after the document was already well underway. In the memorandum provided today, the Yellowhead Regional Library on page 4 under number 10, confirmation of grant requests, it is shown as $1,700 there. On October 10th, the Yellowhead Regional Library provided a presentation to council requesting 10-cent increase per capita, which equates to $1,700. The original document that was provided had a $1,500 amount estimated in there. That was provided prior to the presentation, and therefore why that number was presented in the corporate plan, although on the memo, the revised amount is $1,700.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Plechko, would you okay with $1,700 versus $1,500?
Yes, I'll make that.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Councilor Plechko.
Well, having not sat on the board yet, I'll leave Councillor Meyer to add a little bit to this, but I think from what I've seen over the short period of time watching what the Yellowhead Regional Library does, I think it gives a lot back to our library. And currently, it's giving a lot of support to our library, where in the past it has, given some support to it. In times of need, Yellowhead Library is there to support our region and our public library. So I feel that the small increase that they've asked for is substantiated at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, questions, comments for clarity and debate? Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I just add, in terms of the history of the levies, from 2008 to 2019, it was $4.30 per capita. And so similar kind of story to Stony Plain holding tax increases low for a long time. This is an effort to catch up, basically.
Good. Thank you. Any more questions, comments, and debate? Okay, Councillor Anderson.
I feel very silly asking for this on a motion of $1,700, but we've had 2 motions pass in terms of tax implications, and so just looking for that chart. Thank you. And look at that. Not even a percent increase. Certainly in support of this motion, but thank you for the chart there.
Any more? Okay, definitely I will support the motion on the floor. Definitely having them come to council in the presentation and seeing that the amounts of work and support that they have provided the Stoney Point Public Library is actually far exceeds the $1,700 that we're going to be increasing funding. I think it's well worth it, and definitely in terms of the cost savings that they're able to provide us so that we don't have to have memberships ourselves. It's better just to use their memberships. And that was just shown in the presentations when they were here earlier this year. Councillor Plechko?
Nothing further.
Okay, call the question, all in favor? Okay, and that's carried 7. Okay. It is looking at 9 o'clock. Just looking at the room, do we have a few more motions? Yeah, so I do have a couple as well. So let's take a 6-minute recess and come back quickly, please. Okay. Members of council, and welcome back. Council has come back from the recess, and we're going to continue on with our corporate plan and motions, questions, and comments. We've had quite a few already. We have 11 altogether. So, Councillor Meyer, Deputy Mayor, I'm going to pass the chair to you to make another motion, please.
Okay, I'm going to assume the chair.
Thank you.
Would you like to make a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Deputy Mayor. I'd like to make a motion that council adds $20,000 to the 2024 corporate plan, and specifically for community pitch-in or fall cleanup. And it'll be eligible for community groups, service groups, volunteer groups, and children's groups. So all volunteer groups that are eligible for this. Okay. Can I speak to it?
Yep, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. In terms of this motion coming forward, we heard a lot of issues and suggestions from our community about the amount of work that needs to be done in our community parks and our recreational spaces. But we also heard that a lot of user groups and service groups are looking for funding. They're looking for ways to contribute back to the community. So taking those two together, this is the perfect opportunity to address 2 issues with one motion. Right? I thought this would be a good trial project to add $20,000. So $10,000 would be for the spring pitch-in, and $10,000 would be for the fall cleanup. I'll let staff decide how they want to do that, to reach out to all the community groups, volunteer groups, and other service and volunteer groups that are always looking to fundraise for money. I think this will build volunteer spirit within our community, and it also allows our parks and neighborhoods to look cleaner and have lower, curb appeal.
Thank you. Any questions, comments, debate? Councillor Laurie?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Your Worship, for bringing this motion forward. I have 2 questions. The first is a question for administration through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Currently, we have the spring pitch-in week event in the budget that I would presume carries at least a certain amount of expense. We do not have a fall cleanup event. I'm wondering if there would be any budgetary implications into adding that event in.
Your Worship, sorry, Mr. Deputy Mayor, through to Councillor Laurie. I think I don't believe our hard costs for spring pitch-in are very high. I don't believe. So I wouldn't anticipate any, increase, a significant increase. So I would say, anything, under a couple $1,000 would be my estimate. If we were to add something in the fall, similar along those lines. I think we piggyback a bit on national, provincial advertising or communication sort of thing, but I wouldn't anticipate a significant cost. I will just pause if any of the general managers have any other information that would say otherwise, frankly.
Another question?
Yeah, and then a second question on that. And I'm not sure who this question would be to, maybe yourself, Your Worship. In relation to the grants that we already provide today, there are many groups that I see on here that maybe it's a good idea, given the grant dollars that we are providing them, maybe that they should be required to be a partner in the pitch-in week in the spring and in the fall cleanup. We've got, the BMX group, we've got Parkland Search and Rescue, the Pioneer Museum, et cetera. Are they eligible to receive additional funds by participating in this? Or in addition to this, would you consider that we should be adding them to part of this as tied to some of their grant funding?
That's a good conversation. I think that could be a conversation for council and staff to figure out how this is going to work out. I think it's just to allow kind of more community buy-in from our residents and also user groups. And like I said, the BMX association does their cleanup for their area already. So that's all, I think that's all part of it. But I'm talking about the Whispering Waters beside them. I've been on council for quite a few years and in the community for 46, and I've never seen pictures of pitch-in week there. So things like that, West Terrace, some of the parks that are more forgotten, left out. I'm not the expert of how many parks we have, but staff can work it out and said, for example, I'm not too sure, it's $500 per park. So as a user group that is fundraising in terms of bottle drives, fundraising in terms of selling sausages, eggs, or whatever that is, now they can get invested in our community and add value to our community while also raising funds for their groups.
So thank you, Your Worship. And then just a follow-up to that, who would be responsible for administering a terms of reference of this then? Would you expect administration would be bringing back information to council on how this works, such as like the maximum a group could receive, whether they have to be a registered nonprofit or if it could be any group, what areas of town this would include and how big of an area and the time expectation for a group? Like, I'm just looking how this would shake out, how we would be informed of how this would shake out before we go to approve it.
For sure, and I think that is why we're in Governor, so I think we provide the funding envelope and then allow them to come back to say this is the best way we're going to use that $20,000 for the spring and for the fall. But definitely, it has to be, I'm projecting both the spring and fall, because usually, as you mentioned earlier, Mounts Council, we participated in the pitch-in already, which is very limited in terms of participation. We provide bags, we provide a few things like that, but we don't provide the actual money for groups that are looking to fundraise. So we have hot dog stands, we have bottle drives and all that stuff. I want to get our community more involved and kind of be invested that this is our community and not someone else's community.
Councillor Anderson, you had a question?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Question through you to administration. I know we've got a couple of budget lines or lines in the corporate plan related to increase in seasonal staff, looking at trimming and mowing, those sorts of things specifically. But just wondering if an event like this, I think that the term many hands make light work. And to be able to blitz a community and have, dozens of volunteers out picking up garbage and doing some of that spring and fall cleaning, is there an impact to our public works team who would otherwise be doing some of that work to free them up? Or is this something that may add a little bit to their workload?
Yep, admin.
Hi, Your Worship, through to Councillor Anderson. The fall pitch-in week, like a lot of our summer staff are gone, so this would certainly supplement and probably provide a benefit to the community. With the spring event, we do have people that come out and assist, and I think we see the rewards of that, but perhaps with some additional funding, it brings out more groups, and there's often those smaller sport groups that are running around town looking for all aspects of funding elements to their sport groups, and it's becoming more costly for them to operate on an annual basis. I probably have a hockey team a weekend popping by my house looking for bottles, and first one in, best dressed, so to speak, when it comes to that, because they're there every weekend. So I think this just is another opportunity for someone to provide a benefit back to the community, but certainly with the summer staff vacating likely at the end of August, that pre-snowfall this would be a tremendous benefit.
Yeah, thank you for that. And certainly the question was, we've added a number of things to the budget line, and maybe there was a hopeful part of me that thought if, we had all these community volunteers come out, that maybe there was something that we could, remove to offset that. But, I've talked to lots of community sport organizations, as was just alluded to, and community organizations in general, whether that's some of the youth organizations related to our Canadian Forces, the sporting groups, Cub Scouts, those sorts of things. I've had the privilege to meet with many of them, and they often ask, what is available for us? And not even necessarily just for the dollars, but for the opportunity to help teach our young people what it means to be a good citizen. And I know there's plenty of groups looking for that opportunity. Having said that, there's also plenty of those groups, as been alluded to, that are looking for funding for those smaller initiatives. I know there was a push for some new starting blocks at the Tri-Leisure for one of our swim clubs. Ringette for All was looking for ringette sticks. And we were able to match them with another community group to meet that need, but certainly people that are willing to put in some sweat equity to see the benefit. And so, I do appreciate that this is an added cost to our corporate plan this year, but I think the value that we receive from a program like this will far exceed the cost it will cost us to implement it. So, would be in support, or am in support of this motion this evening.
Any further questions, comments, debate? So I just add my own opinion on this. I think it is a good initiative. I'm excited about the potential that it could hold, and I appreciate the mayor's concept of sort of creating a bit of ownership there in our community. So I'll be supporting this. Mayor Choi, if you would like to close.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think it's all been said, so I'll just ask the question to be called.
Okay, all in favor? That's carried.
Thank you. I'll take the chair back. Moving on to members of council. Any more questions, comments, and motions? Councillor Lowry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. For administration, I'm looking at the motion in regards to Forest Green Plaza. And for council, I'm trying to find the page in our report on our debentures. Once I have that, I will. I should have wrote the number down. I think this is it here. Yeah, so it's page 83 under the long-term debt, number 4. So again, as we've heard throughout, the theme of this report is that we are looking at our finances and trying to understand the best way forward. We have new debentures planned to come on board, and we have current debentures and debt servicing that we are responsible for. Forest Green Plaza has been something that the town has owned for quite a few years and was the home of the library and is the current home of the Community and Social Development Department. However, with the library moving out of Forest Green Plaza, it is left a bit of a question mark as to what the future of that facility is. Council has tossed around several ideas over the last couple of years, but we have yet to really settle on anything, and there seems to be a level of uncertainty. Forest Green Plaza carries a debenture payment, it carries an operating payment, and I think it's time that we be prudent with that and look at what the future direction of it. So therefore, I'll move that administration provide a report to council by the end of Q2 2024 on the future of Forest Green Plaza, and that the report include all options available to council for consideration.
Thank you, and I see it's already on the screen, so go ahead and speak to that. I think you have mentioned some comments already. Any further comments?
Yep, thank you, Your Worship. No other comments as to other than, we have opportunities with various land holdings that we have. We have multiple land holdings throughout the town, And maybe this conversation spurs a little bit further as well as to what we do with some of those other properties, such as the properties directly behind the town office here. This is a property that I get constantly asked about by residents. We've had concerns about the appearance of the property, and it's sitting there as an underutilized resource in the town. And so I think we either need to figure out what we want to do with it, or we need to figure out how to remove it from our debt and bring it to somebody who will be willing to move forward with the project on it.
Thank you. And I think that's kind of mirrors what we've done with the vacant land as well, the excess vacant land. So that as council reviews what is excess, we're looking at to liquidate and then move on. Members of council, open the floor for questions, comments, and debate. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Laurie, for bringing forward the motion. Certainly, I've heard a number of questions. I've had a number of meetings about potential interest in this building within our municipality. My comment is just specific to point 2 of the motion that was brought forward, and that is that the report include all options. I certainly appreciate the importance of council seeing the options that are available to us when discussing an asset like this building. I'm not sure if we can amend to say all viable options. I certainly think there are some options that would be available to us that really aren't viable or worthwhile exploring, and I think that puts a burden on administration to spend some extra time digging in and putting all options together. And so I appreciate the motion. I appreciate the intent. I think this is important for us to move forward. I guess we'll look to Councillor Laurie about friendly amendment to say all viable options as opposed to all options.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. I'd actually propose just to remove the word all.
Perfect. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the commentary. Any more questions, comments, and debate on the motions? Okay. See none, I think definitely I'll support the motion. I think we have, again, reprioritized some of our council initiatives, what we're doing, and having a look at the future of Fortune Plaza will allow us to move forward into the next corporate plans. Anything you want to add? Okay, call the question. All in favor? Okay, and that's carried. 7. Any more questions, comments, and motions? Okay, Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is another non-financial motion in respect to the fire services. And as administration gets that up on there, just a little bit of background as to what brings this motion forward. Council received a report back in 2020 for the fire services plan, and we're starting to see some initiatives roll into the future years of the corporate plan. We heard several questions surrounding those positions and the operating model of the fire department. So I think it would be due time for council to receive a little bit of additional information. And so we'll just get the motion up on the screen here. Excellent, thank you very much. And so just move that administration bring a report to council by the end of Q2 2024, providing an update to the progress and recommendations of the 2020 Fire Services Plan and an outline of the future operational model planned with the addition of the lieutenant and firefighter positions in the proposed future budgets, or proposed future years of the corporate plan.
Thank you. I see it up there. Do you want to make up comments? You already did, but anything else to add before I go?
No, thank you, Your Worship. Again, this is just prudent as to understanding the future corporate plan and the initiatives that we see in it. Again, we had a great report come to us in 2020. I know some work has been achieved on that. Some work is likely still in progress of that. So just like to know kind of where we stand on that. And then we heard some information over the last couple of evenings about the changing of the operational model of the department and some of that, the idiosyncrasies that come in with that, with our paid-on calls. And so I think a good opportunity for council to understand that and how that will impact our future budgets and potentially some of the risks and liabilities that may come with that, such as unionization, like we heard, would be a great discussion for us to have, again, as the next initiative will appear in the 25 corporate plan that will be presented next November.
Thank you. Members of council, questions for clarity, understanding, and debate. Councillor Hanser, go ahead.
Your Worship, I just would like some clarification. Do we still have the fire chief come before us and give a report to council about what's going on? In many years in the past, like when Dan Badry was our fire chief, we would have him in every year.
Administration?
Is that happening for us?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Hansard, the quarterly reports have replaced individual staff from individual business units coming forward and providing information to council, which I believe the quarterly reports provide a lot more information to council related to the activities of the business unit. So we've transitioned away from individual managers, supervisors of particular business units coming forward and providing status updates on operational issues.
Okay. If I may ask another question then. In the past, we operated with RCMP, FCSS, and our fire department at somewhat arm's length from the town management and council. Is that not the case any longer? I know it's not really with FCSS, and I'm wondering, that is not the case with our fire department either? It's not a separate organization that reports to us?
Administration?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Hansard, certainly the fire department is a business unit underneath the Community Protective Services Department. We have full-time staff, we have casual staff, and they're paid by the town of Stony Plain. Their insurance is through the town of Stony Plain. They're a town entity. It's not a
town entity.
It's not a separate service. Perhaps I could go back and historically, fire departments have been more of a volunteer of nature type operations. They had their own societies and those types of things, and it may have appeared on the surface level that they may have been separate from the town, but in fact, they're an operational part of communities. In Stony Plain specifically, we have a line item budget. They're part of our corporate plan process. They're part of the strategic planning process. They're no different than any other department that the town of Stony Plain has within our operational team.
So we won't see in the future a fire chief coming in and giving any kind of a report?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Hansard, if the fire chief's working on a particular project, no different than a manager of planning, as an example, coming forward and providing council with a report, you may see the fire chief in that capacity.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Meyer, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you. So just a small concern, a number of reports are being requested for the first half of 2024. Just looking for some commentary from administration in regards to another a report being requested. We obviously, well, I can't say obviously. Do we have the capacity to meet the timeframe?
Go ahead.
Your Worship, through to Deputy Mayor and the rest of council. These are essentially, 6 to 7 months out. So the first answer would be, I believe that we should have the capacity to meet the sort of, Q2 deadlines, so to speak. If in any event that felt that wasn't going to be the case, it would be upon us to be back in advance of that to say why and when. So at this point in time, short answer, no concerns.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Okay. Just have a question then. In terms of, excuse me, earlier that Councillor Anderson asked, because there's quite a few new members of council, is it possible to get a tour of the fire hall and kind of the operations of that? And if that's possible, can we tie that into this as well? So that maybe we can have the tour and facility visit and then do this update at the fire hall.
Your Worship, yes, absolutely. We could coordinate some form of update that includes the fire hall as a location, and I think no different than we do a workshop. We pick a location around the community and do the workshop with council. So certainly that type of format would lend well for this.
Your worship, I just want to qualify that just for clarity, to be tabled, this is implying a report tabled in the chambers formally. So, there may be something that can be accommodated, but the intent would be the formal report would be tabled in the council chambers publicly and so on and so forth. Yeah.
Yes, I think the report will be accepted, but I think when we do the tour, it'd be nice to have that update there as well, kind of maybe a workshop to understand, because the fire service master plan was adopted in 2020, and 3 members of council were not present at that time to read it and to be actually have that involvement and ask those questions. Okay, any other questions, comments, debate? Okay, anything else to add? I think you summarized very well earlier.
Thank you, Your Worship. No, I just appreciate the comments from the CAO. Again, I think it would be a great opportunity for council to have some of the updates at the fire hall, and then just bringing the report back into the public session for finalization. And then just to clarify in respect to Deputy Mayor Meyer's comments, while there are many things that are being asked for by the end of Q2 in 2024, a lot of these are actually just updates to existing reports, so they're not brand new reports, brand new initiatives. So that was taken in mind as I was developing some of these. Obviously, brand new reports would likely take a significant period of time. So this is just an update on a plan that's in existence.
Okay. And with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, and that's carried 7. All right, any more motions, questions, comments? Councillor Pletchko, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Worship. I do have a question, and as I read through this corporate plan, and we talk about buildings that we may or may not need to do something with, one of the things I can't find anywhere referenced is the old community center. Can somebody help me to understand where that is and where that fell off the plan? Is that in the old Town South plan?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Administration.
Through your worship to Councillor Pletchko. The next steps of the community center are actually found in the Old Town South Community Plan. There are details within the Town Square initiative to talk about the future with the community center and the next steps.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, looking at the time, I have a couple of motions that I'd like to propose. Any other members of council have motions? Councillor Laurie, how many motions do you have? 1. Knowing how we like to converse, I don't think we're gonna. I think it's going past 9:30. Is it okay if we take recess now and then we adjourn at 4:30 tomorrow? That'll give us the opportunity to clear cobwebs and then get a little bit fresher when we come and debate the final motions.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. 2 of the motions that I have, I would anticipate being fairly quick, where 2 others definitely will require likely debate and discussion in council that I think could be tabled till tomorrow. But if we could hammer a couple of these out, and say if you have any that you feel would be quite quick, maybe we hammer those out now, and then that leaves us with just a couple of the ones to chew on tomorrow without going too late tomorrow.
Okay, I think we'll hear what your 2 quick ones are, and then I'll decide. I think mine might add a lot of conversation. So go ahead. Go.
Okay. Thank you very much, Your Worship. The first motion that I think we can handle fairly quickly is referring to Table 12, page 22 of our package, and it's in respect to the Cultural and Tourism Advisor, but it's another piece of the plan, which was the Destination Marketing Fund. And so while administration is pulling up that initiative, you might sense a bit of a theme among some of my motions here this evening. What I'm looking at is in the 2021 Tourism Master Plan, along with some of the positions, there was also a revenue project that was in place there called the Destination Marketing Fund. And again, since 2021, we haven't really seen any updates or development on that. We are being asked to add into the plan a new position, or at least an increase in a position. I think it's up to about $70,000. So I felt it prudent that we receive some information here in 2024 of the progress of another of those initiatives within that plan. And so with that, I'll move that administration provide council with a report by the end of Q2 2024 on the proposed destination marketing fund as outlined in the 2021 Tourism Master Plan and the opportunity to work with our tri-regional partners for the implementation of this fund. And then I can open.
Okay. And that is provided to the minutes, so it is on the screen. Anything else to add, I think?
Excellent. Yeah, thank you very much. Just very quickly on this, Your Worship, we have an initiative in the corporate plan this year for a new position in the Cultural and Tourism Department. Incredibly supportive of that, certainly not looking to change that. However, I do believe that it would be prudent for us going into the 2025 corporate plan to understand when the Destination Marketing Fund may become a reality and may be something that we can rely on as an alternative revenue source. As with Council, we know it's very limited on what our revenue sources may be, and this is a unique opportunity for us to earn some money back, which can help put forward things like the tourism portion of the town administration. So yeah, again, it's just an information request, just looking for a bit of a status update where we're at with that. Maybe with this new body, that's something that can be focused on a little bit more, and then getting an understanding by mid-year if we can see that initiative potentially moving forward in the 25 corporate plan.
Thank you. Members of council, questions, comments, and debate. Councillor Hanser, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just curious, is there an idea already on the table that the region is working on something of a tourism nature together?
Yes, that's coming out of the Tourism Master Plan, and I was answered by administration that they did not bring this forward in this year because they wanted to work with the region to have a kind of the tri-region approach, so it's not one-off.
Okay, and again, if we can get rid of the word tri and say regional partners, because otherwise we're going to have to capitalize tri-region partners.
So thank you for the suggestion, Councillor Hansard. I'm okay with capitalizing it, not okay with removing it, because regional sometimes can be confusing within our greater Edmonton region, and so I'd like this to be focused more locally.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments, and debate? Okay. See none, definitely look forward to it. As mentioned, I've been following this, and then this is one of the initiatives that were outlined in the master plan, and just having the update will provide some more clarity for council as we move forward in the whole kind of economic development aspect of our community. Okay. Call the question. All in favor? Okay, that's carried 7. So move on to Councillor Laurie, your second last one. That's going to be easy.
Thank you, Your Worship. For administration, this is the Youth Transit Initiative that I had sent in. So basically, we've seen some significant success with our transit system that's been implemented to date. And again, looking forward to the continued success of that system and working towards an initiative to encourage youth to attempt the transit system, understand how the transit system works, and give them that opportunity. So it's a very small financial initiative, and I'll move that Council fund 100 one-month youth transit passes, which is equated to $4,500, to be distributed through the Community and Social Development Department for the months of July and August of 2024. And then I can speak to some of the specifics of that when you're ready.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. First and foremost, I'm not asking for this to come out of the tax base. I would like this to be reserve funded and would like that to go through the Tax Levy Stabilization Reserve. As we heard earlier tonight, we did gain a significant amount of money back into that reserve. We have spent a little bit. This would be a very, very small portion of that, as well as one of my larger motions tomorrow could also result in a significant amount of money back into reserves. The timing of the motions didn't allow that one to come forward first. Second would be in respect to the timing of it for July and August of 2024. That's very specific in trying to ensure cooperation with Parkland School Division and not allowing this to be a resource that people would use in substitution for the yellow school bus. That's something that as we move forward with transit conversations, we'll need to kind of facilitate cooperation with Parkland School and Parkland Transit to make sure that we're not overlapping from each other or taking away from each other on that. Again, a very simple initiative. Transit has many benefits to the community and on a whole worldwide. It's a matter of a choice of transportation. It's a matter of affordability in transportation. It's a matter of what it does for the repair and maintenance of our roads and taking additional vehicles off. It's a matter from climate, et cetera. There's numerous. This initiative has been undertaken in many municipalities throughout the years, and again, it is simply an opportunity to get youth, and the definition of youth in the transit pass is under 19 years of age, to get them on and using transit so that they become familiar with it. Helps give them independence, helps them get to and from jobs, and most of them have part-time jobs, and then helps them also enjoy the assets that we have in the community, from the Tri-Leisure Centre to hopefully our new recreation centre, the outdoor pool, etc. This is a great opportunity to get them on there, and as part of the project, I would look that we would be collecting feedback from the youth on their experience and be able to use that as we continue to market transit moving forward.
Okay, thank you for the commentary. Members of council, open for questions of comment, debate, and clarity. Councillor Hansard.
My mind is pondering this one a little bit, Your Worship. I'm just wondering if these passes would be area-specific, because I know depending on how young kids are when they are given these passes, parents might not be terribly interested in them getting on a bus and taking off to Edmonton during the summer months when they don't have supervision. So is there an age restriction, and are they area-specific?
Go ahead.
Thank you for that, Councillor Hansard. The $45 transit pass for a youth is just the local transit system. It does not include ridership on the commuter. I don't believe. I can maybe look for some clarity on that. The intention would be for local use, and given that they'd be distributed to youth, and there is a bit of a financial component, if you want to call it that, I would expect that there would need to be some engagement with a consent from a parent. I would leave the details up to community and social development as the best way to distribute those passes. And again, it could also say fund up to 100. I would envision this as being application-based, not just handed out freely and willingly to anybody that they come across. The intention would be that these would be used and utilized, and that there would be feedback collected at the end. So I would see parental involvement for a minor, and again, the intention would be for local use only, not commuter.
Okay, thank you. And I think our on-transit demand services, Stony Plain, Spruce Grove, Parkland Village, and and that residential side of Atchison, I believe. Okay, so that is the area that this is encompassing. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
So while I appreciate the amount is fairly low, I'm not inclined to support this. I think we've heard earlier people should be aware of their costs and all the rest of that. I think youth that have jobs are well motivated to get to those jobs, and part of the responsibility of having a job is getting there and getting there yourself. So if I'm just not sure that this is needed. I don't think that handing out 100 bus passes is going to translate into someone's greater appreciation for a ride. I think if you need a ride, you're going to be inclined to find it. And if our busing is that answer, well then, there's your motivation to get on the bus. I don't think it's going to accomplish what you think it's going to.
Great. Thank you for your comments. Any more questions, comments, and debate? Councilor Loynes.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for clarification, can we tell myself the age a youth is allowed to ride the bus alone?
Administration.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Loynes, 19 and under is considered a youth.
So I think
But what's
the
the
question is,
minimum
what's the minimum
age?
age? Is there like, what's the minimum age? Like 2-year-old can go on a bus by themselves?
Your Worship, under our fee schedule, children aged 12 years and under when accompanied by a paying passenger are free. So I would assume that 12 to 19 would be that youth category by that definition.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions, comments, and debate? Okay, I would ask the administration to add to be funded from tax stabilization, just to make sure that is clear, because that's not noted on there, and that was mentioned by Councillor Laurie. Okay. I think I will support the motion. I think it's a good initiative to try out to see how this initiative works. Definitely limited to July and August does make sure that we do not compete with the Parkland School Division and the bus routes. From some of the drivers and users of or on demand, that has been an issue as of late, of students booking on demand versus using the school bus, because it's a lot quicker to use on demand than use. So I think July and August are kind of good dates to try out. Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Appreciate the opportunity to close and appreciate your support on the matter. I'd just like to respond quickly to Deputy Mayor Meyer's comments. This is a great opportunity. Unfortunately, youth face a lot of anxiety when it comes to things like mobility and transportation and getting themselves there. This gives them the opportunity to try transit. As you mentioned, youth don't have a lot of dollars in their pockets, and so for them to commit to paying for transit as something that they've never experienced and they're uncertain with before, it can be a big step for them, and it can cause a lot of anxiety for them. As well as I believe this actually will result in a net positive increase in the revenues to transit, because I fully believe that we will see significant success with this program of ridership after the program, which is part of the reason why I wanted some follow-up work to be done with it, because I would be very interested to see, and I think we may be pleasantly surprised at how many of those 100 individual youth may turn into actual paid passes after that point, because $45 a month is significantly more affordable than any taxi cab and then driving anyone's independent individual vehicle.
Just before I go any further, can we just add the words fund up to? I think that was a commentary made by Councillor Laurie as the mover. That was not captured.
Thank you, Your Worship. And for clarity as well, I would want it limited to one pass per individual, so I wouldn't want an individual taking advantage of it in July and August. The intention is for each person to try and get 100 youth on transit in July and August.
Okay, thank you. I think Deputy Mayor has his hand on the button, so go ahead, Deputy Mayor, then.
So listening to my fellow councillor, so I could support this if I were...
Your Worship, point of order. Thank you. You called for my closing comments. I didn't realize we were still in debate.
Yes, and in the past, I've always gave every opportunity for councillors to ask questions that I may have missed because their fingers hit instead of raising them up high. And I'm going to be true to that because I'm making sure that every member of council has the opportunity to voice something before we call the vote.
Excellent. Thank you. So just to be sure, I will still have an opportunity to close then after any comments? Yes. Thank you.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
So I'd like to support this, and I warming to it. I appreciate your comments limiting one pass, you know. What I would like to see is of the 100 passes that we hand out, that they wouldn't wind up in the hands of people that already use. I'm sure there's already plenty of youth that are using it to get to jobs, and if I saw this as an opportunity to cut my costs, so to maximize the efficiency, is there any, and maybe this is a question for administration, is there any way that we could ensure that the 100 went to new, not youth that are currently already using it?
So,
sorry.
New ridership?
Your Worship, I'll maybe just provide a quick comment there. I would hesitate to say that there's a way that we can ensure. I don't know that we're in the position at this point in time to say that. I think we can take the comments under advisement as we go to look at, designing or building a program, so to speak. I would hesitate to say ensure on anything.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Loyens.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for clarification again on the motion, Councillor Laurie had indicated that there might be an application process. Would that not need to be listed in the motion? Or is that just assumed that Community and Social Development will take that under and go from their end?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Similar to the Mayor Choi's motion on the $20,000 for the community groups, I would leave it up to administration on exactly how to go about it. I'm just stating what I would envision, and so similar to Deputy Mayor Meyer's comments, I'd envision if there was an application process, a simple question of, do you currently hold a tri-region transit pass? Yes or no? It'd be a very easy question to include on that application.
Councilor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just cognizant of the time, I'll keep it very quick, but certainly having worked with youth for most of my career, certainly appreciate a motion like this. Would be supportive as it stands written. I am a little bit hesitant to support it based on the parameters that council has tried to instill on top of the intent of the motion. If we have a youth in the community who really needs a hand up and would benefit from a second monthly pass for that second month, I think that our staff would be cognizant of the need, and I think they should feel free to be able to provide that. Having said that, maybe we get through July and they still have half the passes left, and we want them to be able to have the flexibility to make those choices. So as it stands, I would be supportive of 100 one-month youth transit passes for this cost distributed through CSD. I am cautious and hesitant, however, to put additional parameters over and above what's specified in the motion.
Okay, thank you for your comments. I think CSD has heard the commentary. CSD, any comments? Okay. Anything that, Councilor Laurie, that you think will add to the conversation? Because you've already said mostly everything that you needed to say. I don't think anything has changed.
No, thank you, Your Worship. Appreciate Councillor Anderson's commentary. And again, I'd like to leave it as open and flexible with the intent acknowledged, but obviously not limiting.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, that's carried 6-1. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at that magical time where we all turn into pumpkins. So without a motion to go past 10 o'clock, I would like to... I see nobody standing up to make motion to extend, so I will recess our corporate plan meetings till tomorrow, Wednesday, the 8th. The motion on the screen is incorrect because the 8th is Wednesday, not Tuesday. So please don't follow that. We're meeting tomorrow, Wednesday, the 8th at 4:30. With that, we are recessed. Thank you.